Chapter 3472. Don't. The expressions of the 10 changed as they hurriedly retreated with the black-clothed man. As the enforcers of the demonic palace, their cultivation was naturally not weak. 6 perfected sovereigns and 4 perfected sovereigns. Such a lineup could not be ignored in the Sky Cloud realm. However, before Elder Hu appeared, they truly did not dare to make a move. If they completely angered Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf, causing them to take out their sovereign weapons, then even if they had heaven-defying abilities, they would not be able to escape death. Is this all the enforcers of the demonic palace have? The White-Eyed Wolf's face was filled with disdain. Sure. At the same time, Qin Feiyang used the space-time step and landed beside the White-Eyed Wolf. He shook his head and sighed. With such guts, you dare to chase after us? The eyes of the 10 enforcers were filled with anger. If we didn't have a sovereign weapon, do you think we would dare to make a move? Let's end this quickly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the White-Eyed Wolf. No problem. The White-Eyed Wolf chuckled as he activated instant time and chased after them like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the supreme profundity of the law of death was unleashed, bringing with it a monstrous might. The world was instantly dyed dark red as a terrifying aura of death drowned the 10 enforcers like a tide. The supreme profundity of the law of death, the supreme profundity of the law of time, the rumors are indeed true. He has grasped 3 supreme profundities. The third supreme profundity, if the voice transmission is true, is the law of space-time. The eyes of the 10 enforcers trembled. What kind of freak was this? It was difficult for others to comprehend even one supreme law, but this wolf cub had actually grasped 3 supreme profundities. Even perfected and perfected sovereigns like them would find it difficult to resist the supreme profundities of the supreme laws. This was because the White-Eyed Wolf's cultivation was no longer that of a low-stage sovereign. With his cultivation at the late-stage sovereign stage and the supreme profundities of the 3 supreme laws, even without a sovereign weapon, he was completely capable of contending with them. Boom! The 10 of them worked together, and various laws and profundities appeared, attacking Waning Moon together. Along with an enormous explosion, the heavens and the earth here instantly collapsed, and even the city was destroyed. Everyone here soared into the sky and looked over with surprise and bewilderment in their eyes. Crack! Facing the combined attacks of 10 people, Waning Moon collapsed. The White-Eyed Wolf's body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. White-Eyed Wolf was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. However, if they joined forces, it would not be easy for the White-Eyed Wolf to defeat them. After all, the other party had 4 perfect sovereigns. Don't force us, one of the law enforcers shouted. The White-Eyed Wolf wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Boom! The Edict of Death and the Edict of Spacetime were activated at the same time. As a dark red crescent moon rose into the sky, the surrounding void collapsed crazily, turning into sharp arrows that seemed to fill up half of the sky. As expected, it's the ultimate profundity of the spacetime laws of nature. Aren't you afraid that your actions here would affect the residents of the city? The 10 of them roared. Do you think that I would care about their fate? The White-Eyed Wolf laughed coldly, and then he waved his claw. The crescent moon and the sharp arrows that covered the sky instantly shattered into pieces and shot towards them. It seems like Qin Feiyang and Wolf King are fighting the law enforcers of the Devil Palace. Isn't Qin Feiyang a disciple of the Devil Palace? Why are they fighting? The residents of the city had bewildered expressions on their faces. Moreover, they were retreating towards the back of the city so as to avoid being affected by the battle. As for the 10 law enforcers, their faces were extremely gloomy as they gazed at the 2 supreme profundities that were charging towards them. We have no choice but to attack. But we can't fight here. We have to go to the Milky Way. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back to the city if we injure the residents of the city. Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, if you have the ability, then activate your sovereign weapons and fight us in the Milky Way. The 10 of them roared and immediately shot towards the Milky Way with the middle-aged man in tow. The White-Eyed Wolf laughed coldly, and then he waved his claw. The 2 supreme profundities spun through the air, and they carried a destructive aura as they chased after the 10 law enforcers. As for the white-eyed wolf and Qin Fei Yang, they were naturally fearless and chased after them into the Milky Way. Toss him into a spatial artifact. After they entered the Milky Way, one of the law enforcers pointed at the black-clothed middle-aged man and shouted at the other law enforcers. As law enforcers, they naturally didn't lack spatial artifacts. It was just a matter of their quality. So, every single one of them had a spatial artifact. The law enforcers immediately tossed the middle-aged man into a spatial artifact. Soon after, the 10 of them turned around and gazed at the 2 supreme profundities that were charging towards them, and killing intent surged in their eyes. Bang! The various fifth profundities appeared in unison. Perfect sovereigns grasped 6 fifth profundities while perfect sovereigns grasped 5 fifth profundities. 10 law enforcers, 4 perfect sovereigns, and 6 perfect sovereigns. That was a total of 54 fifth profundities. The 54 fifth profundities contained world-shaking power as they blasted towards the 2 supreme profundities. The Milky Way instantly collapsed crazily, and it was like a scene of heaven and earth being destroyed. It was truly shocking. Rumble. Following the sounds of collisions, all the profundities and abilities collapsed one after another. The 6 perfect sovereigns were sent flying as though they were struck by lightning, and blood spurted out of their mouths. The other 4 perfect sovereigns were also bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were pale. They were astonished. Was this the power of the supreme profundities of the supreme laws? Even though the white-eyed wolf was only at the greater mastery sovereign realm, he was still able to fight against the 10 of them. It really made people envious and jealous. If they also grasped supreme profundities, even if they only grasped one supreme law, it would be enough to bring them supreme status and glory. Their thinking was a little naive. Was the supreme law something that could be obtained just because one wanted it? Looking at the ingrate on the other side, he was also retreating. However, to him, this injury was nothing. Because his physical body was also very strong, and he had merged with the flame of life, so he had the ability to heal himself. Boring, let's end this. The white-eyed wolf stabilized his body, shook his head, and activated instant time. He instantly appeared in front of one of the enforcers, and with a swipe of his claws, that enforcer screamed in pain as he was sent flying like a meteorite. His chi-si was also shattered on the spot. So fast. The other 9 enforcers couldn't help but feel numb. Suddenly, one of the enforcers' eyes landed on Qin Fei Yang, who was not far away. He had heard that Qin Fei Yang hadn't comprehended the supreme profundities yet. Swoosh. That enforcer decisively charged towards Qin Fei Yang. The other 3 enforcers immediately understood the enforcer's intention, and they immediately charged towards Qin Fei Yang. These 4 enforcers were the 4 perfect sovereigns. Their goal was very simple, to capture the leader first. Since they couldn't defeat the white-eyed wolf, they would target Qin Fei Yang, who was weaker. As long as Qin Fei Yang didn't activate his sovereign divine weapon, it would be a piece of cake for them. The white-eyed wolf was stunned when he saw this scene, but soon, he pursed his lips into a mocking smile. He ignored them and charged towards the other 5 perfect sovereigns. It was necessary to pick on the soft persimmon. However, he had to see if the other party was a soft persimmon. It was possible that the soft persimmon was a terrifying existence that didn't have fangs yet. Qin Fei Yang was stunned when he saw this. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seems like I've been underestimated. Qin Fei Yang, if you have the ability, then be a man and fight with us fair and square. Don't always rely on your sovereign divine weapon. The 4 enforcers roared, and the 5th profound meaning roared out. With the power to destroy the world, they charged towards Qin Fei Yang. Although your provocation seems clumsy, I've decided to do as you wish. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly, and the karma law spread out. Hearing this, the 4 enforcers were delighted. He actually didn't use his sovereign divine weapon. Wasn't that courting death? But in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the karma law in Qin Fei Yang's body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Immediately after, 10 golden lotuses appeared out of nowhere. What? The 4 enforcers' expressions changed. Their eyes must be playing tricks on them. Who in the Sky Cloud realm didn't know that Qin Feiyang hadn't comprehended the profound meaning? Not only Qin Feiyang, but Madman Mo also hadn't comprehended the profound meaning. They were just talented. The four of them weren't willing to believe it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 10 golden lotuses whistled forward and collided with their fifth profound meaning. A shocking wave of energy instantly surged out in all directions. Fortunately, they were in the Milky Way, otherwise, Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf would have destroyed Ocean of Cloud City. Crack! Their fifth profound meaning collapsed and was obliterated. It really is the profound meaning. He comprehended the profound meaning at such a young age, and it's even one of the strongest laws, the Karma Law. Why are all of them so monstrous? Their gazes trembled. Qin Feiyang was a sovereign at the Mastery Realm as well. Coupled with the White-Eyed Wolf, he didn't need to use his sovereign divine weapon at all. They'd thought that they could crush Qin Feiyang and even ridicule him in their hearts, but it turned out that they were too ignorant. The man and wolf's current strength wasn't something that ordinary perfect sovereigns like them could handle. Meanwhile, shrill cries of pain resounded. The four of them hurriedly turned around to look, and they saw that the 5 sovereigns had been heavily injured by the White-Eyed Wolf. Their energy seas had been shattered, their bodies were covered in blood, and they didn't have the ability to fight back at all. Do we even need to use our sovereign divine weapons with just a few lackeys like you? The White-Eyed Wolf turned around and smiled at the four of them. The four of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw that smile, and they even had the thought of detonating themselves. When they turned around to look at Qin Feiyang, they saw a faint smile on his face as well, and they couldn't help but feel a strand of terror that couldn't be dispelled surged out from their hearts. It's all a misunderstanding. The four of them roared in despair. However, even they didn't believe that it was a misunderstanding, so how could they convince him? They weren't fools. Especially Qin Feiyang. He'd first dealt with the Independent Cultivator Alliance, then dealt with the Bloodhall, and even eliminated the Bloodhall from Skycloud Dimension. How could such a person be so easily fooled? End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3473. Misunderstanding? The White-Eyed Wolf cackled. With a wave of its paw, the starry river around it collapsed crazily, and a torrent of ice crystals appeared. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also activated the Karma Law's supreme profoundness. The 10 golden lotuses shone brightly and exuded a destructive aura. Let's talk. The four of them were terrified. They weren't confident in dealing with the White-Eyed Wolf, let alone the two of them. However, Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf turned a deaf ear to them. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the 2 supreme profound meanings attacked the four of them at the same time. The four of them naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for their deaths. 2 of them activated their profoundness and attacked the 10 golden lotuses, while the other 2 activated their profoundness and attacked the torrent of ice crystals. In an instant, the profoundness clashed in the void. This time, there was no suspense. The 4 profoundness and divine abilities were instantly annihilated and a terrifying aura erupted. Immediately after, the 10 golden lotuses and the torrent of ice crystals formed a terrifying storm and instantly engulfed the 4 of them. Screams could be heard immediately. However, both Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf were merciful and only destroyed the bodies of the 4 of them. After all, it was an act. They couldn't really harm their opponents' lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when Elder Hu came to look for them. Swoosh. However, at this moment, accompanied by a piercing sound, 2 figures flew into the galaxy at lightning speed. White-Eyed Wolf! Qin Feiyang shouted. The White-Eyed Wolf nodded and immediately opened a space-time teleportation channel. Next, the man and the wolf entered the channel and disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! The 2 figures flew through the void and landed in front of the 4 Enforcers' divine souls. They looked at the disappearing space-time teleportation channel and their faces turned ugly. They were Elder Hu and the black-robed old man. Elder Hu. The 6 perfected Sovereign Realm Enforcers quickly flew over and looked at Elder Hu and the black-robed old man with an aggrieved expression. Didn't I tell you not to attack? Why are they fighting all the way to the galaxy? The old man in black said angrily. There's nothing we can do. The 10 law enforcers felt aggrieved. What happened? The black-clothed old man glanced at the 10 people and asked in a deep voice. The 10 of them recounted the entire process in detail. What? That Wolf King's cultivation has already reached the level of a ruler? And Qin Feiyang has also comprehended the ultimate profundity of the law of karma? The black-clothed old man's face turned pale. Were they all monsters? At such a young age, without even having the cultivation of a peak ruler, he had actually comprehended a paramount profundity. Furthermore, it was a paramount profundity of an ultimate law. No one in the entire demon hall could compare to such luck and comprehension ability. At the same time, Elder Hua's pupils shrank slightly. Qin Feiyang had already comprehended the highest profoundness of the karma laws. This was something he had not expected. Moreover, he knew the white-eyed wolf better than the old man in black. The white-eyed wolf didn't even try to comprehend the laws. It simply relied on its innate ability to plunder. In the past, the white-eyed wolf was only a peak ruler and had grasped the 3 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws. But now, it had actually broken through to the level of a peak ruler. This meant that it had plundered yet another law. Moreover, according to the white-eyed wolf's character, it definitely wouldn't plunder an ordinary law. In other words, the white-eyed wolf had definitely grasped the 4 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws. There was only one word to describe it: abnormal. When the white-eyed wolf had plundered another 2 laws and stepped into the level of a peak ruler, even if the remaining 2 laws weren't ultimate laws, the white-eyed wolf would still be able to sweep across the sky cloud domain with the 4 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws. When the time came, without the sovereign divine weapon, who would be its match? And if the white-eyed wolf stepped into the level of a peak ruler and grasped the 6 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws, even the dragons would tremble under its feet. Elder Hua was feeling more and more fortunate. Fortunately, he had chosen to stand with Qin Feiyang and the others back then. Fortunately, he had controlled his greed and didn't covet Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon. Otherwise, the Devil Hall would have ended up like the Blood Hall. Just thinking about these monstrous characters made his scalp go numb. When the black-clothed old man saw Elder Hua remaining silent, he couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what do you think about this matter?" "What else can I think? Their luck and comprehension are good, but their luck won't always be so good. We have to find an opportunity to kill them in the cradle." Elder Hua's eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill. When the black-clothed old man heard this, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. It seemed like he wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. "If you have something to say, just say it," Elder Hua said. "Then please forgive me, my lord. With our previous relationship with Qin Feiyang and the others, we could have become partners. But why did we suddenly fall out with them? Were you really just using them in the past?" The black-clothed old man was suspicious. "Otherwise, they're just a few people from the lower domain. What right do they have to be on equal footing with the Devil Hall? Moreover, the dragons are now in the Devil Hall. If we don't do this, we'll be the ones to suffer." Elder Hua sighed. "How strong are the dragons exactly?" The black-clothed old man frowned. "How strong?" Elder Hua snorted coldly and said, "They're so strong that they can easily destroy our Devil Hall." "What?" The black-clothed old man and the 10 enforcers' faces were filled with shock. Although they knew that those people were from a mysterious race called the Dragons, they didn't know how strong the dragons were. Originally, they were still a little unconvinced. Why should they, the overlords of the Eastern continent, be so respectful to the dragons and listen to their orders? But now that they heard Elder Hua's words, their unwillingness to accept was instantly shattered. "So, in the future, when you face them, you have to treat them like your ancestors. You mustn't anger them," Elder Hua reminded. "Understood." The black-clothed old man and the 10 enforcers nodded. "You can go back. When the dragons ask, just say whatever you want. There's no need to hide anything." Elder Hua waved his hand. "Yes." The 11 enforcers replied respectfully. Then, they turned around and left the galaxy without looking back. Elder Hua's eyes flashed. He also left the galaxy and disappeared without a trace. About an hour passed. Black Tortoise Realm. Tea Garden. A palm-sized teapot was emitting faint smoke, and the aroma of tea filled the garden. At the same time, the aroma of tea was mixed with the aroma of wine. Qin Feiyang and Elder Hua sat opposite each other, leisurely sipping their tea. The white-eyed wolf sat at the side, leaning against the tea table and gulping down the Black Tortoise divine brew. Elder Hua shook his head and sighed. Ever since the dragons appeared, I haven't had a day of peace, let alone sitting down and quietly sipping my tea. It'll be over sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It doesn't matter to us as long as we listen to them. You guys are the ones who have to be careful. But then again, why does the Black Tortoise world feel so empty today? They can't have all gone out to train, right? I didn't even sense the aura of that little girl, Fire Lotus. Elder Hua glanced around, his face full of suspicion. They have indeed gone out to train. To them, this is a great opportunity. Just wait and see. One day, when they appear, their names will definitely shake the world. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Ah. Elder Hua was startled and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang didn't explain further. It wasn't that he didn't trust Elder Hua. It was because there were some things that fewer people knew about. Immediately after, he looked at Elder Hua and asked with a smile, judging from your aura, it seems different from before. Could it be that you have comprehended the second ultimacy? You have good eyesight. That's right. After opening the gate of potential, I felt as if I had been reborn. I went back and cultivated in the time array. It didn't take long for me to comprehend the second ultimacy. Of course, there's also the Palace Lord. Elder Hua smiled as he looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with gratitude. What about Chu Yun? Qin Feiyang asked. She hasn't. After all, she's still young. Elder Hua shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid that the thing you're most proud of is finding Chu Yun as your student. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. Elder Hua nodded, the pride on his face was undisguised. He then said, but I believe that Fire Lotus's future achievements won't be any worse than little Yun's. No. You're wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong? Elder Hua was suspicious. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea and said confidently, Fire Lotus's future achievements will definitely be above Chu Yun's. They won't even be on the same level in the future. Ah. Elder Hua was once again stunned. His evaluation of Fire Lotus was actually so high. Don't think that it's because I have a good relationship with Fire Lotus that I'm praising her like this. Although you and Fire Lotus are master and disciple, you two haven't really interacted much. Therefore, you don't know her situation. It can be said that she has lived 2 lives. Not to mention anything else, just her temperament alone is better than Chu Yun's. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lived 2 lives? Elder Hua was stunned. He really didn't know about this. That's right. Fire Lotus died once and became an undead. After going through untold hardships, she was finally reborn again. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Undead, Elder Hua was stunned. He shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect her to have such an experience. Well, no matter who is better than the other, they're all my students. I'm proud of them. Ha. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Elder Hua glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said speechlessly, the two of you are also amazing. How long has it been since we last met? One of you has already comprehended the Karma Law's supreme profoundness, and the other has also stepped into the greater mastery ruler realm. Child's play. Don't make such a fuss. The white-eyed wolf waved its claws with an indifferent expression. Actually, it was pondering in its heart. Whose law should it plunder next? Elder Hua smiled bitterly and asked, what about little lunatic? Did he comprehend the supreme profoundness? Not yet. But I believe that it won't take long. Qin Feiyang smiled. After all, they were sworn brothers. The little rabbit would definitely take care of lunatic. It was just that the process might be a little more miserable. Because tempering was definitely a painful process. Chapter 3474. The 3 of you. The geniuses of the sky cloud boundary can't even compare to trash in front of you. Elder Hua shook his head and sighed. He finally understood the saying, comparisons are odious. Don't say that. I'm born to be useful. Moreover, everyone has their own strengths that are worth learning from. But sometimes, when the weakness is too big, it will cover up the strength and it's hard to discover. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Look. With your awareness and mentality, how many people in the younger generation can compare to you? No. Other people of the younger generation, and even those of the older generation, there are not many who can compare to him. So, no matter if you're a genius or an ordinary person, the most important thing is your understanding of everything in the world. You were able to enter the state of epiphany again and again because you can see things more clearly than others. For cultivators, especially those at our level of cultivation, talent is only secondary. Understanding of all things is of utmost importance. Elder Hua smiled in relief, as if he was looking at his own grandson. His eyes were kind and amiable. No. In front of you, I'm just displaying my slight skill before an expert. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Elder Hua shook his head and laughed. He asked, then, what's your next plan? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and raised his head to look at Elder Hua. He asked, I wonder if you've heard of the 10 strongest fighting souls in the world. The 10 strongest fighting souls? Elder Hua was slightly stunned as he asked, are you talking about the Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Destiny, and your Eye of Heaven? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course. I believe that there's no one in the world who doesn't know about the existence of the 10 fighting souls. Elder Hua nodded. Then, you should know that the 10 fighting souls aren't invincible. Once you step into the sovereign realm, the 10 fighting souls are useless. Qin Feiyang said. Why do you say that? Elder Hua was suspicious. Take my Eye of Heaven for example. Before I stepped into the sovereign realm, I could be considered invincible. Because any attack can be replicated. Even the opponent's war soul and innate divine ability can be replicated. But now, in the face of heaven-defying techniques and profundities of laws, the Eye of Heaven is useless. Qin Feiyang sighed. In other words, the Eye of Heaven is unable to replicate the heaven-defying techniques and profundities of laws. Elder Hua asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This old man really doesn't know. Because in the sky cloud realm, no one has ever opened the Eye of Heaven. It's no wonder you haven't opened the Eye of Heaven since you stepped into the sovereign realm. Elder Hua shook his head in regret. It was such a pity that such a powerful fighting soul had lost its use. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I originally thought that the Eye of Heaven had reached its end, but a few days ago, a friend of mine told me that the Eye of Heaven might still be able to evolve. At this point, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Evolve? Elder Hua was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly explained the situation. What? The first prince of the dragons has also opened the Eye of Heaven? Elder Hua suddenly stood up. Didn't they say that the 10 fighting souls were unique? Why would there be 2 now? Yes. If you want to evolve your Eye of Heaven, you have to devour the opponent's Eye of Heaven. So now, it's not just me. The first prince of the dragons also wants to complete the Eye of Heaven. So, a battle between us is inevitable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Elder Hua pondered for a moment and asked, so, your next step is to hunt down the first prince of the dragons? It's not the next step. I'm already planning it. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's a little difficult. The first prince of the dragons is now in the demonic palace. The 4 followers by his side are all extremely powerful. They even have sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, I've interacted with him a few times. I feel that he's not someone ordinary young people can compare to. Elder Hua shook his head worriedly. I know. But for now, I have the advantage. Because I have 2 sovereign divine weapons and the slaughter domain. He only has 1 sovereign divine weapon. As for his followers, no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to resist the sovereign divine weapon and the slaughter domain. Moreover, to be honest with you, the dragons aren't united. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What do you mean? Elder Hua was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the little princess of the dragons seems to have a grudge against the first prince. She actually joined forces with me to deal with the first prince. What? She joined forces with you? Elder Hua's eyes widened. This was even more shocking than hearing that Qin Feiyang had comprehended the supreme profundity of the law of karma. Yes. Even now, we're already in a state of cooperation. I only found out from her that the first prince and the others are currently in the demonic palace. That's why I came to the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Hua frowned. After pondering for a moment, he asked, could this be a scam? I thought so too, but it shouldn't be possible. Because I've observed the little princess of the dragons. Her hatred for the first prince is definitely not something that can be faked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But that's not all. Even if she really wants to use you to get rid of the first prince of the dragons, she'll definitely take the opportunity to scheme against you. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At that time, if she's not careful, she might become the biggest winner. Elder Hua's expression was solemn. The meaning behind his words was obvious. This was a game of chess for the little princess of the dragons. She would let Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons fight first. When both of them were injured, she would come out and wipe them out in one fell swoop. This way, she could get rid of the first prince and Qin Feiyang at the same time. It was killing two birds with one stone. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he took a sip of tea and smiled. It won't be that easy for her to become the biggest winner here. Haha, Elder Hua couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like this kid already had a plan in mind. It seemed like he was worrying too much. Indeed. With this kid's intellect, those who could scheme against him might not even be born yet. Although I have a plan in mind, I still have to take each step carefully. After all, the enemy is the dragons. If I'm not careful, I'll be crushed. So, I need your help. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and looked at Elder Hua with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Speak. As long as it doesn't implicate the demonic palace, I'll do my best. Elder Hua said. Don't worry. I won't drag the demonic palace down. Qin Feiyang promised solemnly. Elder Hua believed him. If Qin Feiyang really wanted to drag the demonic palace down, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to cut ties with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Back then, when I was working with the little princess, she promised me that she would hold back the other princes and princesses and not let them interfere in the battle between me and the first prince. This way, it'll be easier for me to get rid of the first prince. However, as you said before, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We have to be wary of her and not let her be the oriole. So, the only way is to fight the first prince secretly and end the battle quickly before she can react. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Elder Hua pondered for a while and nodded. This method is feasible. No. It's not feasible at all. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Elder Hua was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You're the one who said that this is the only way. Why did you reject it? The white-eyed wolf was also puzzled. What's in this kid's mind? Qin Feiyang smiled. The reason why I said it's not feasible is because the first prince of the dragons won't give us the chance. The first prince of the dragons? Elder Hua and the white-eyed wolf were even more puzzled. The first prince of the dragons has already suffered a great loss in our hands. So, he'll definitely be more cautious when facing us again. He knows in his heart that it's impossible for him to kill us with the people and the sovereign divine weapon in his hands. So, when the time comes, he'll definitely send a message to the other princes and princesses before the battle, asking them to join forces and kill us together. Qin Feiyang said. What you're saying is that we have to challenge him in advance so that he has time to plan in advance. As long as we catch him off guard and kill him when he's unprepared, what else can he plan? Besides, who would be so stupid as to challenge him in advance? The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. That's right. We definitely won't challenge them in advance. Only fools would do that. But now, these princesses and princes are like birds that are startled by the twang of a bow. They'll definitely inform each other if there's even the slightest movement. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Elder Hua was stunned and said, startled birds. Not to that extent, right? No. There's something you don't know. In addition to attacking the second princess of the dragons at the entrance of the Yin Demon Land, we also attacked the prince of the Blood Dragon clan at the entrance of the Heavy region in the western mainland not long ago. 2 of his followers were killed, and he himself almost lost his life. The power of law that the white-eyed wolf plundered belonged to one of them. Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Hue was stunned. His actions were too fast. Not long after attacking the second princess of the dragons, he attacked the prince of the Blood Dragon clan. Not to mention the dragons, even if it were them, they wouldn't be able to take precautions in time. This was because according to the way ordinary people dealt with, when facing a huge monster like the dragons, they would definitely hide first, increase their strength, adjust their state, and make preparations before taking the next step. However, Qin Feiyang just didn't play his cards according to common sense. If you think I don't dare to make a move now, then I'll make a move at this time and catch you off guard. First, it was the first prince of the dragons. Then, I fought with the second princess and the third prince in the Yin Demon Land. Then, I ambushed them and made them suffer losses. After suffering so many losses in a row, no matter how good a person's mentality is, they would feel the pressure. Moreover, they thought that as long as they moved from the open to the dark, they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But in the end, they were caught off guard by me. This kind of psychological burden and pressure, as well as the sense of defeat, isn't something that flowers in a greenhouse like them can bear. Therefore, their current situation is no different from a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That makes sense. Although these people are talented, have powerful backgrounds, and have resources that others can't imagine in their lifetime, their hearts are weak, and they can't bear it. So, young people should still go out and explore more. How can they become successful without experiencing wind and rain? Elder Hue shook his head and sighed. This was a gory example. It seemed that when teaching the Demon Hall disciples in the future, he would have to pay special attention to this point. Chapter 3475. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a moment and grinned. That's simple. We'll set up a trap and lure him to a place without him knowing. Then, we'll kill him quickly. That's why we need Elder Hue's help. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, "It can't be. You want Elder Hue to personally lead the first prince of the dragons into our trap? That won't do. What if we fail or one of them escapes? Wouldn't Elder Hue be in trouble?" That's right. That's not a joke. Even if you can kill the first prince of the dragons and his followers, what about the ruler weapon? Are you confident in destroying it or subduing it? No. Once it escapes, not only me, but the entire Demon Hall will have to face the revenge of the dragons. Elder Hue hurriedly shook his head. He absolutely had to be on high alert and not treat this matter lightly. Of course I know. Also, I don't have 100% chance of success. After all, the first prince of the dragons came prepared this time. So, I naturally can't let you take this risk. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Elder Hue heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Then what's your plan?" Qin Feiyang said, "I need you to think of a way to make the dragons leave the Demon Hall." Make him leave the Demon Hall? Elder Hue was slightly stunned and said with difficulty, "That's not good. Moreover, you need a suitable reason. I can't just run over and tell him that the Demon Hall doesn't welcome him and ask him to leave. Wouldn't that be courting death? I didn't say I'll chase him away. I just need to think of a way to make him go out for a stroll. For example, Wind Ocean City, Cloud Ocean City, etc. Only then will I have a chance to get close to him. Of course, I don't have to go through so much trouble. I can just sneak into the Demon Hall and find a way to get close to him. But if that's really the case, when the dragons investigate, even if the Demon Hall has nothing to do with this matter, the dragons will definitely vent their anger on you." Qin Feiyang said. His not being chased out of the Devil Hall. Elder Hue smiled awkwardly and nodded, "That's easy. If he keeps staying in the Demon Hall, he will definitely be annoyed. As long as we tempt him a little, it will be easy to lure him out." At this point, Elder Hue's expression turned solemn. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "However, Don't do it in a crowded place. It's best if you don't do it in the Eastern continent. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, then tell me, where should I go? You can go anywhere except the Eastern continent. Why don't you just go and wreak havoc on the Western continent? Elder Hu smiled evilly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. How could he possibly do such a thing? If he really did that, it would be strange if Shizuan and the Hall of Famers didn't skin him alive. Don't say that this old man isn't honest. There's a saying that goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Elder Hu smiled mischievously. He really looked like an old man. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and shook his head. I'll think about this carefully. Help me lure him out and tell me his whereabouts immediately. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't be too deliberate when you're trying to trick him. Do I need you to teach me such a small thing? Do you think this old man has lived his life for nothing? Elder Hu glared at him. I'm just afraid that you'll be too deliberate and arouse their suspicion. Qin Feiyang smiled wryly. Cut it out. I think you're just underestimating my ability. Let me tell you, kid. Although you're famous now, when it comes to scheming, even if there are 10 of you, Qin Feiyang, this old man can still scheme against you. Elder Hu snorted coldly. That's very true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and shook his head. He looked at Qin Feiyang and bared his teeth. Little Qinzi, no matter how powerful we are, we can't scheme against an old fox, right? When Elder Hu heard the first sentence, he was quite proud. Look, even this shameless wolf cub agreed. But when he heard the second sentence, his expression suddenly froze. Old fox. After all this time, he was cursing him in a roundabout way. The anger in his heart immediately flared up. Please calm down, please calm down. The white-eyed wolf actually meant that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. We, the younger generation, should learn humbly from you. Qin Feiyang quickly smiled apologetically, but his face was also red. It was rare to see such a cute side of Elder Hu. Elder Hu snorted and glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. As expected, these two were not good people. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and smiled. Jokes aside, there's something that you have to be mentally prepared for. What is it? Elder Hu was suspicious. The first prince of the dragons will probably ask you to help. After all, you, Chu Yun, the hall master, and the first elder are all existences who have grasped the strongest laws. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Hu lowered his head and pondered for a while. He waved his hand and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. We'll act according to the circumstances. You're quite carefree. However, when it comes to fighting with you, I won't be merciful. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If he was merciful, then the show wouldn't be real. Elder Hu chuckled and said, don't worry, this old man won't be merciful either. Qin Feiyang laughed and nodded. All right, I'll send you out first and wait for your good news. Elder Hu drank the last mouthful of tea and put down the teacup. He looked at the tea trees around him and said, after this matter with the dragons is over, you have to give me some of these tea leaves. All right. At that time, you can have as many as you want. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. Then it's a deal. Elder Hu laughed heartily and let Qin Feiyang send him out. The white-eyed wolf slowly stood up and drank a mouthful of wine. He shook his head and said, it's too troublesome to lure them and think of a way to get close. There's no other way. The current situation doesn't allow us to act recklessly. Think about it, if we directly attack the demon palace, won't the other princes and princesses interfere? Most importantly, we have to worry about the demon palace's safety. In short, with our current situation, we can't take a single wrong step, and we can't reveal any traces that are detrimental to the demon palace. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said, in the end, this is the price of being loyal. But you also have to admit that if we were like those cold-blooded and heartless people who don't care about the lives of others and only care about our own happiness, then not only the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but even Little Rabbit wouldn't help us. As the saying goes, if you give up something, you gain something. Qin Feiyang smiled. You can only gain something if you give up something. Similarly, If you gain something, you will definitely lose something. In this world, there's nothing perfect. Alright, you do as you see fit. Anyway, when the time comes, I'll just fight with you. I'll go find Jiao Sai and get some unparalleled divine wine. While I'm still alive, I'll drink a few jugs. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and flew out of the demon land without looking back. This guy, Qin Feiyang, shook his head and laughed. He was really touched by the words "I'll fight with you." How many friends could one find in one's life like the white-eyed wolf, who would go through life and death with you? And no matter what you did, he would support you unconditionally. To be honest, in this world of mutual deception, it was difficult to find one. Therefore, he had to cherish it. Chapter 3476. Demon Palace. When Elder Hu returned to the Demon Palace, he immediately found Chu Yun and the Demon Palace Lord and set up a soundproof barrier. He then told them about Qin Feiyang's plan. The two of them pondered for a moment, then said that they could secretly help Qin Feiyang. However, they could not harm the interests of the Demon Palace. Elder Hu also clearly expressed Qin Feiyang's position. He would never harm the interests of the Demon Palace. Thus, the two of them did not object. However, scheming against the first prince of the dragons was not a small matter. He had to be careful. In short, he could not leave any traces. The Demon Palace Lord thought for a long time, then looked at the two of them and said, "We can only start with the interests of the first prince of the dragons." That's what this old man thinks too. However, I've only interacted with him a few times. I really don't know what interests he has. Moreover, it's not good to ask directly now. Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate. Elder Hu shook his head. It was very simple to think about, but when it came to actually doing it, it felt a little difficult. The Demon Palace Lord pondered for a while, then looked at Chu Yun and asked, "Little Yun, you seem to have been the one receiving the first prince of the dragons these days, right? Did you see anything?" "I was indeed the one receiving him." Chu Yun nodded, then frowned and said, "But this person seems to be keeping a distance from me. It's difficult to even get close to him, let alone understand him. So cautious." The Demon Palace Lord was surprised. "According to my observation, he's not only keeping a distance from me, but also from others. In short, this person is a little difficult to deal with." Chu Yun rubbed her forehead, feeling rather annoyed. If it wasn't for the other party's powerful background, she wouldn't have bothered to serve him. It seems like it's as Qin Feiyang expected. These princes and princesses of the dragons are already frightened. Other than themselves and their followers, no one else will believe them. Elder Hu shook his head with a hint of mockery. The dragon clan, who ruled over a forbidden area, should have been revered and worshipped by tens of thousands of people as soon as they walked out. But now, as the princes and princesses of the dragons, they were all like mice that had seen a cat. It was both laughable and sad. Actually, it's not hard to guess their interests and hobbies. Generally speaking, for a young man like the first prince, even if he is a mystical dragon, his interests and hobbies are probably no different from others. Eat, drink, and play. Lust for beauty. Playthings smother one's will. We can start from these aspects. Chu Yun sneered. Lust for beauty? That shouldn't exist, right? A great beauty like you standing in front of him every day. If he was really greedy for beauty, he would have made a move on you long ago. The Devil Hall Master chuckled. Hall Master, what are you talking about? Can you be serious? When Chu Yun heard this, her face turned slightly red and she stomped her feet in anger. Hee hee. The Demon Hall's Hall Master smiled and said, "Then let's try them one by one. I'll leave this task to you." Me again? Chu Yun was stunned. What else? The Devil Hall's Hall Master asked. Let him go. Chu Yun pointed at Elder Hu. Cough cough. Elder Hu coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. He can't be interested in an old man like me, right? You're the one who wants to help Qin Feiyang, not me. You'll definitely do it yourself. Besides, I have to manage the Demon Tower and the various City Lord manors. I'm so busy all day. How would I have the mood to care about Qin Feiyang? Chu Yun snorted, her face full of displeasure. I don't object to whatever decision you want to make, but can you not throw everything to her? Elder Hu chuckled and said, "You really have to go on this matter. Give me an answer." Chu Yun frowned. "It's very simple. You're young. You have a lot to talk about with someone like the first prince of the dragons. Besides, you've always been the one receiving him. It won't seem deliberate if you look for him. As for the matters of the Demon Tower and the various City Lord manors, you can put them aside for the time being. I'll let the First Elder manage them on your behalf. Girl, I believe in your ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease letting you go." Elder Hu chuckled. "Then shouldn't I thank you?" Chu Yun raised her eyebrows. Elder Hu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. We're all on the same side. Just do your best to complete the mission." Chu Yun rolled her eyes when she heard this. She looked at the Devil Hall's Hall Master and said angrily, "Are you the Hall Master, or is he the Hall Master? Why does he have the final say?" Cough cough. "Little Yun, we have to respect the old and love the young, understand? We'll talk about it later. In private, Qin Feiyang is not only a disciple of our Demon Hall, but he also gave us pills to unlock the door of potential. Moreover, Fire Lotus is your junior sister. In public, we're partners and allies. So when he's in trouble, we should lend a helping hand. As the saying goes, the capable do more work. Elder Hu and I have discussed this long ago. You're the most suitable person to take over as the next Hall Master. So at this time, you need to produce some results so that everyone will be convinced by you in the future." The Devil Hall's Hall Master smiled. "Successor?" Chu Yun was stunned. "That's right." Elder Hu nodded and said with a hoarse smile, "We've all seen your ability. The successor is none other than you. If it's so troublesome every day, I don't want to be the successor." Chu Yun pursed her lips. The Devil Hall's Hall Master and Elder Hu looked at each other and couldn't help but have a trace of helplessness on their faces. They sighed and said, "Don't break our heart." All right. Can you stop acting in front of me?" Chu Yun rubbed her forehead and looked at Elder Hu helplessly. She said, "All right, for my junior sister, I'll try my best." Elder Hu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "Is Elder Hu here?" Suddenly, a loud and resounding voice resounded from outside the hall. Elder Hu and the others exchanged glances, and then a bright glow flashed in their eyes. They swiftly removed the sound barrier, and then the Devil Hall's Hall Master waved his hand. The door to the hall opened slowly, and then a robust man who was over 2 meters tall immediately entered their fields of vision. He had a robust figure and wore a pair of golden pants. His upper body was bare, and his skin was bronze-colored while he emanated a ferocious aura. The three of them moved forward to greet him. Elder Hu was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and smiled. "Why have you come here personally? Just give the order and I'll rush over right away." However, the robust man didn't have a good expression on his face when facing this. Moreover, he even gazed at Elder Hu and the others with a superior attitude, and it was like he was looking at ants. Such a gaze caused Elder Hu and the others to feel extremely displeased. The robust man gazed at Elder Hu and asked with an expressionless face, "Her Highness asked me to come over and ask if Qin Feiyang appeared in Ocean of Cloud City just now?" "Yes." Elder Hu nodded, and then he asked, "Didn't my subordinates report it to you?" "They did. But their words can't be trusted. So, Her Highness asked me to confirm it with you." The robust man spoke. "It really did happen. However, when I received the news and rushed over, Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf had already fled. All of you should be aware that Qin Feiyang is extremely cunning. Coupled with the fact that the White-Eyed Wolf has grasped the laws of space, it's truly difficult to capture them on the spot. I was just about to head over and apologize to the First Prince." Elder Hu lowered his head as he spoke. The robust man pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "So, Qin Feiyang should still be in the Eastern Continent?" Elder Hu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "I don't dare to confirm it." "What a piece of trash." The robust man grunted coldly, and then he turned around and left. A wisp of a cold glow immediately arose in Elder Hu's eyes. "Do you really think that the Devil Hall is the back garden of all of you dragons, and you can curse and leave as you please?" Killing intent surged in the eyes of the Devil Hall's Hall Master and Chu Yun. The Devil Hall had dominated the Eastern continent for so many years. Even when they faced the Blood Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they had never suffered such humiliation. Elder Hua glanced at Chu Yun and transmitted his voice, "Little Yun, it's up to you now. Don't worry. Leave it to me," Chu Yun muttered. Initially, she was a little unwilling to do this when Elder Hua asked her to do it. However, when she saw the attitude of the dragons, the unwillingness in her heart instantly disappeared. Arrogant. Me. She would pay the price for this. Next. Every time Chu Yun went to meet the first prince of the dragons, not only would she carefully observe his every move, but she would also take the initiative to get close to him and beat around the bush when they were chatting. She had a good grasp of the situation. It was completely impossible to tell that she was there to inquire about information. After 2 months of hard work, not only did she gain a lot, but her relationship with the first prince of the dragons had also become much closer. Even if he did not say much, at least for now, he would not reject her. Sometimes, the dragon race's first prince would even take the initiative to chat with Chu Yun. 2 months had passed in the outside world. It had been 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf had been living very freely these days. He was either drinking or on the way to get wine. Now, Zhao Sai and the other 14 brawls had become the white-eyed wolf's favorite people. The white-eyed wolf had even helped them open the door to potential. This made Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu extremely envious. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Zhao Sai could brew a peerless divine brew and gain the favor of the white-eyed wolf. In fact, Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu were also cautious and conscientious. Although they were not as good as the 3 brothers, Fire Lotus, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, and Hei Bao, at least there were no problems. All in all, their performance was not bad. If he did not know that they were here for the door to potential, the white-eyed wolf would really help them. But unfortunately, the siblings' motives were not pure from the beginning. As for Qin Fei Yang, he had been comprehending the profound laws in the ancient castle. After many exchanges, and through Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan's constant explanations, whether it was the law of war, the law of wind, or the law of strength, he already had a unique understanding. These 3 laws were also what he was focusing on now. As for the law of light, it was completely thrown aside. On this day, he sat quietly in the cultivation room, his expression calm, his heart as still as water, his mind constantly evolving the profound laws of war. Chapter 3477. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound exploded in Qin Fei Yang's body, as if a door was opened. Following that, a terrifying battle intent roared out from his body. At the same time, Qin Fei Yang's aura soared. In just an instant, he stepped into the perfect dominator realm. Swish. The moment he stepped into the perfect dominator realm, Qin Fei Yang opened his eyes, which were burning with uncontrollable battle intent. I finally comprehended the 5th profound, the 5th level battle intent. Qin Fei Yang was excited. The law profound was really too difficult. If he wasn't lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the destruction law, even if he comprehended the 5th profound of the war law, he would still be a great success dominator. In other words, it took him a long time to comprehend the 5th profound of the war law. Because the last time he comprehended the slaughter law, it was before the war with the Blood Hall. However, it was different now. He grasped the 2 supreme profound of the 2 supreme laws and had the perfect dominator realm cultivation. Facing those ordinary perfect dominators, he had the ability to crush them. Even if it was an expert like Wang Chongyuan, he could still fight if he tried his best. Because Wang Chongyuan only grasped the supreme profound of the ordinary laws. Swish. Qin Fei Yang retracted his aura, stood up, and instantly appeared outside the ancient castle. The Devil's Land was still as cold and cheerless as before. Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu were nowhere to be seen. The white-eyed wolf was in the Devil's Land, but it was still the same, lying on a branch of the fortune tree, eating spirit fruits while drinking unparalleled divine brew. There was no one else who knew how to enjoy life more than it. You're out. The battle intent that appeared just now was yours, right? Not bad, not bad. You broke through to the perfect dominator realm so quickly. Work harder. When you step into the perfect dominator realm, those dragons, princesses, and princes will all be ants. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth and threw a pot of unparalleled divine brew to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the wine pot and shook his head with a smile. No matter how good the divine brew was, it wasn't as comfortable as a cup of tea. However, at this moment, it was indeed worth celebrating. For others, stepping into the perfect dominator realm was nothing worth celebrating. Only stepping into the perfect dominator realm was the most glorious moment. But he was different. He had mastered the supreme profundities of 2 supreme laws. Stepping into the peak dominator realm was equivalent to stepping into the peak of the sky cloud realm. Opening the wine pot, Qin Feiyang raised his head and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, "I wonder how senior brother Lunatic is doing now?" He's definitely not making any progress. The white-eyed wolf pouted. "Stay where we are." Qin Feiyang was astonished. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you not understand the situation? He is now cultivating in a time array that lasts 5,000 years a day." When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his expression froze. He had really forgotten about this. 2 months had passed, which was 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, and 300,000 years in Sky Cloud Island's time array. Given the madman's perception and the little rabbit's guidance, he might have already comprehended a supreme profound meaning and become a peak dominator. No. He might even be a peak dominator, with the madman's ability and the little rabbit's help, comprehending the light law, war law, or darkness law's 5th profound meaning wouldn't be difficult. No. I have to work hard as well. The white-eyed wolf got up and jumped in front of Qin Feiyang. He asked, "What kind of law do the followers of the first prince have mastered?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then you should quickly ask Elder Hua," the white-eyed wolf urged. "If the dragon's first prince's 4 followers all mastered supreme laws, and none of them were white-eyed wolves, then it would be great. Stepping into the peak dominator realm would be a matter of minutes. What's the rush? In the past, I didn't know about the existence of the dragons, so it was a bit of a headache. Should I start with the Sky Hall or the Deities Hall? But now, with the appearance of the dragons, is there a need to worry about not finding a target?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Of course, I understand this logic. I just want to quickly integrate the 6 types of laws and step into the peak dominator realm, lest that little lunatic comes back and acts cool in front of us." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "We are all on the same side. Does it matter?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Of course. I don't like to see people act cool in front of me, including you." The white-eyed wolf sneered. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He laughed and said, "The key is that I am indeed stronger than you now. So what if you have mastered the 4 supreme laws? My cultivation is higher than yours. Just the supreme laws of karma alone can crush you. Look. How shameless." The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with disdain. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine voice transmission stone vibrated. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He took out the divine voice transmission stone. "Is it Elder Hua?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and activated the divine voice transmission stone. Elder Hua's shadow immediately appeared. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Elder Hua laughed and said, "After 2 months of hard work by Xiao Yun, we have finally settled the first prince of the dragons." Settled? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Could it be that Chu Yun had assassinated the first prince of the dragons? That would save them a lot of trouble. Elder Hua said, "Xiao Yun has gradually gained the trust of the first prince of the dragons and found out about his interests and hobbies." Interests and hobbies? The corners of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's mouths twitched. After all this time, they had thought too much. However, to be able to make someone as capable as Chu Yun spend 2 months to find out his interests and hobbies, this first prince of the dragons was really cautious. What interests and hobbies does he have? Beautiful women, good wine? The white-eyed wolf was curious. None of those. You definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Elder Hua smiled mysteriously. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He waved his claws impatiently and said, "Just tell me what it is. Don't keep me in suspense." Elder Hua chuckled and said, "His interests and hobbies are similar to Qin Fei Yang's. Similar to little Qin Zi's." The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang was also stunned. He didn't seem to have any interests and hobbies, right? Suddenly, he looked at Elder Hua and asked, "Tea tasting?" "Yes. Other than tea tasting, he also likes to listen to books. He can be considered an elegant young man." Elder Hua chuckled. "Tea tasting, listening to books," Qin Fei Yang muttered. His eyes flashed as he asked, "Is there a storytelling place in Cloud Sea City? I don't usually pay attention to it. But I heard that there are such places. But they are basically small tea houses, taverns, and so on." Elder Hua nodded. "Then let's set a trap," Qin Fei Yang said. "The trap has been set." Elder Hua chuckled. "It has been set?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned and asked, "Where is it?" "A small tea house called Tea Tasting House. I heard from Xiao Yun that this first prince of the dragons invited her to Tea Tasting House tomorrow morning to drink tea and listen to books." Elder Hua said. "Chu Yun is quite amazing." Qin Fei Yang smiled in surprise. "Of course." Elder Hua raised his head proudly. "What are you so proud of? Obviously, this has nothing to do with you. It's all Chu Yun's credit. You're just a person who enjoys the fruits of others' labor." The white-eyed wolf looked down on him. The corner of Elder Hua's mouth twitched. "Can you save some face for me?" Qin Fei Yang asked, "Are you sure it's the first prince of the dragons who invited Chu Yun and not the other way around?" "I'm sure. Xiao Yun found out about his interests and hobbies, so she casually mentioned that there are some small tea houses and storytellers in Cloud Sea City. In the beginning, the first prince didn't show much interest. But not long ago, perhaps because he was bored, he suddenly sent a message to Xiao Yun and asked her to bring him to Cloud Sea City tomorrow." Elder Hua chuckled. "It's been 2 months, and there's still no news from me. I think he's really bored. All right, I'll go to Tea Tasting House tomorrow." Qin Fei Yang smiled. "Then be careful. Also, don't drag Xiao Yun into this." Elder Hua warned and turned off the divine voice stone. "Tea Tasting House," the white-eyed wolf muttered. He looked up at Qin Fei Yang and asked, "What's your plan?" Qin Fei Yang smiled, "I have a plan in mind. You stay in the black tortoise world for now, so as to avoid arousing suspicion if I bring you along. I'll go out and prepare." "That's strange. Why would others be suspicious if you bring me along?" The white-eyed wolf raised his brows. "Because you're a wolf." As soon as Qin Fei Yang finished speaking, he instantly vanished without a trace. "A wolf?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Bastard, I've already transformed, okay? If it really doesn't work, I can still transform into a human. Although I'm a little unwilling, I'm willing to suffer for the sake of seizing the energy of the laws." No one knew what he was thinking, but in his eyes, transforming into a human was a very shameful thing. For the rest of the day, the white-eyed wolf didn't know where Qin Fei Yang went, nor did he know what Qin Fei Yang did. The next day, early in the morning, a man and a woman arrived outside the northern part of Ocean of Cloud City. The man wore a gorgeous golden robe, had a tall figure, an imposing appearance, and an extraordinary bearing. He stood out amongst the crowd like a crane amongst chickens. The woman wore a light violet dress. She had an exquisite figure, jet black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and a world-shocking appearance that could charm all living beings. This man and woman were Chu Yun and the first prince of the dragon clan. There was a wide path outside the city gates, and 4 figures appeared when they were about to enter the path. They swiftly caught up to Chu Yun and the first prince. Surprisingly, the robust man who'd flaunted his strength before Elder Hua and the others 2 months ago was amongst them. As for the other 3, they were an old man in a golden robe, an old woman in a golden robe, and a thin middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Obviously, they were the 4 followers of the first prince of the dragons. "Why are all of you here as well?" The first prince of the dragons stopped when he sensed their auras, and he turned around to gaze at them with a puzzled expression. "We thought about it and felt worried, so we came to accompany you." The old woman in a golden robe spoke with a hoarse voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 3478. What's there to worry about? The first prince of the dragons couldn't help but laugh. Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others appear in Cloud Sea City last time? We're worried that they might still be lurking in the city. What if they see us? The golden-robed old woman was deeply worried. At the same time, she felt indignant. What kind of world was this? A mere Qin Feiyang had actually made the dragons tremble in fear and tread on thin ice. If news of this spread to the other 3 forbidden areas, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Qin Feiyang. The first prince of the dragons was still elegant just a moment ago, but when he heard the name Qin Feiyang, he instantly seemed like a different person, and the space between his brows was filled with hostility. The old woman's heart shook, and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I shouldn't have mentioned that person." "Since you know you shouldn't have mentioned it, then why did you mention it?" A cold light flickered in the first prince of the dragon's eyes. "I'm sorry." The old woman lowered her head, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Phew. The first prince of the dragon race took a deep breath and turned to look at the golden-robed old woman. He sighed and said, "I should be the one apologizing to you. I shouldn't have vented my anger on you because of Qin Feiyang." A wisp of surprise flashed through Chu Yun's eyes. This person actually lowered his head and apologized. How unexpected. She glanced at the old woman and the others, and her eyes flickered slightly. She looked at the first prince of the dragons and smiled. "Your Highness, why don't you not go?" "Why?" The first prince of the dragons looked at her suspiciously. "We're almost at the city gate, why don't we go?" Their apprehensions are reasonable. What if Qin Feiyang is really lurking in Cloud Sea City? There's still plenty of time in the future. Once we get rid of Qin Feiyang, I'll accompany you to Cloud Sea City. Chu Yun smiled. The first prince raised his brows and asked, "Do you also think that I'm afraid of Qin Feiyang?" "No, no." Chu Yun hurriedly waved her hand and explained, "How can a mere Qin Feiyang threaten Your Highness? I'm just taking precautions." The first prince sized up Chu Yun and remained silent. Chu Yun also looked a little flustered. In fact, this was a provocation. After this period of contact, she had a new understanding of the first prince of the dragons. Although he usually looked calm and aloof from worldly affairs, he actually had a competitive heart in his heart. In other words, the more he tried to stop the first prince from going to Ocean of Cloud City, the more he wanted to go. He didn't want others to think that he was afraid of Qin Feiyang. As expected. The first prince of the dragons was silent for a moment, then he smiled and said, "It's fine, we're just going to take a look and experience the local customs here. Besides, I grew up in the dragon's nest, so I know almost nothing about the human world. You humans have a good saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Going out and taking a look will be good for dealing with Qin Feiyang later." But Chu Yun frowned and looked at the golden-robed old woman and the others. The 4 of them had helpless expressions on their faces. "No buts. It's decided then. Besides, so what if Qin Feiyang is lurking in Ocean of Cloud City? There are so many humans in Ocean of Cloud City. Would he dare to make a move in Ocean of Cloud City? If he dares to make a move, then blood will flow like rivers and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. At that time, he will incur the wrath of both humans and gods. We dragons won't even have to say anything. You humans will organize yourselves to hunt him down. I don't believe that he hasn't thought of that." The first prince of the dragons sneered. "That makes sense." Chu Yun nodded when she heard this. This person was quite smart. Besides, both of us have sovereign divine weapons. It won't be so easy for him to kill me. The first prince of the dragons smiled confidently. Chu Yun pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, and then she gazed at the golden-robed old woman and the others and said helplessly, "Since His Highness has made up his mind, then we'll accompany him." In other words, she tried to persuade him, but it was useless. At that time, if any mishap really occurred, then they couldn't push the blame onto her. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and they felt quite helpless as well. The old man gazed at the first prince and spoke with a hoarse voice, "Since His Highness wants to go, then go. However, I have a small request." "Go ahead." The first prince gazed at the old man, and he'd recovered his elegant appearance. We have to follow you throughout the journey. Moreover, we have to change our appearances so as to avoid causing a commotion. After all, Miss Chu Yun is the Vice Hall Master of the Devil Palace. Many people know her. The old man spoke. Exactly. Even though the humans don't know us, they know Chu Yun. A dignified Vice Hall Master of the Devil Palace accompanying us on a stroll would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. The golden-robed old woman nodded in agreement. All of you are being too careful. The first prince of the dragons looked at the two of them speechlessly. Chu Yun chuckled, "It's better to be safe than sorry. I also agree with their suggestion." "All right." The first prince of the dragons nodded. Thus, the group of people changed their appearances and suppressed their cultivation. They looked as ordinary as they could be. Then, they walked towards the city gate. At the same time, East City, outskirts. A young man walked alone on a wide street. On both sides of the street, there were trees. As it was the outskirts, there were very few people on the street. There were independent courtyards on both sides, making it seem extremely quiet. The young man wore a fitting black robe. He looked very ordinary, and his body was neither fat nor thin. He held a folding fan in his hand and had the temperament of a refined scholar. Buzz. Suddenly, the voice of the divine sound transmission stone sounded. The black-robed young man was stunned. He scanned his surroundings and entered an empty alley, instantly disappearing without a trace. Then, he took out the divine sound transmission stone. The image of an old man in fiery clothes appeared. "Looking at your attire, you must be preparing to enter the city," the old man asked with a smile. "That's right." The black-robed young man was Qin Feiyang in disguise. The old man was Elder Hua. "I'm not preparing to enter the city. I'm already in the city." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. "Pretty quick. Let me tell you in advance, Xiao Yun also has a sovereign divine weapon." Elder Hua warned. "She also has a sovereign divine weapon?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. "That's right. This is what Xiao Yun requested. It can be considered as pleasing the first prince of the dragons and ensuring his safety. At that time, even if an accident happens, I believe the first prince won't know that we are in cahoots." Elder Hua smiled. "Smart. All right, leave the rest to me." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. After a moment of silence, he left the Black Tortoise realm and appeared in the alley. He had inquired about the tea house yesterday. It was located in a secluded corner of the East City. However, it wasn't a small tea house as Elder Hua had mentioned. It was a rather famous tea house. It was quite big, but it was a bit far away. However, although it was far away, it had its own unique scenery. It was said that when the scholars of Cloud Sea City gathered, they would choose to go to the tea house. It was because it was very quiet. Moreover, it was said that the tea house had a type of top-grade tea called the Longjing Dew. It was highly praised by tea lovers. For Qin Feiyang, who loved tea, he naturally didn't want to miss out on it. At this moment, the alley he was in wasn't far from the tea house. It was just 2 streets away. "I'm really looking forward to it," Qin Feiyang muttered. He waved his fan and walked out of the alley and down the street. The person he was looking forward to wasn't the first prince of the dragons, but the son of the ice dragon. In other words, the current god's son of the dragons. He could ignore anyone else, but the son of the ice dragon. Because the son of the ice dragon wasn't just an opponent, but a man he admired. Very soon, Qin Feiyang saw a courtyard with a unique style. The reason why it was unique was that the other courtyards were surrounded by walls, but this courtyard was replaced by a row of bamboo railings. The 1-meter-high bamboo railings surrounded the courtyard. Inside the bamboo railings, there were tough and tall bamboos planted, forming a verdant bamboo forest with luxuriant branches and leaves. As the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled. There were also all kinds of small birds on top of it, chirping as if they were singing a beautiful song. Through the bamboo forest, one could see that there were hundreds of flowers blooming and colorful butterflies flying inside. There was even a burst of beautiful zither music coming from the courtyard. "There's someone playing the zither," Qin Feiyang was stunned and went around to the gate of the courtyard. The gate was also antique. There were 2 pools on both sides. In the center of the pool stood a 1-meter-high rockery. Clear spring water flowed out. On the door frame, there were also vines wrapped around it. There were gorgeous flowers blooming, and a few butterflies were dancing on the flowers. Right above, there was a wooden plaque with 3 beautiful words engraved on it. Tea Tasting House. The gate was completely open. Standing outside the gate, one could clearly see the scene inside. After entering the gate, there were 3 winding paths that led into the courtyard. After entering, there were roads in all directions. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and terraces, piecing together an extremely beautiful scene. In the various pavilions and terraces, there were quite a few people sitting at the moment. There were men and women, old and young. Some sat alone, some sat with 3 or 4 friends. But without exception, all of them appeared refined and courteous. They drank tea as they chatted, and their voices were intentionally lowered slightly. Inside, there was a 3-story tea house. The exterior of the tea house was classic and elegant. There were many potted plants, lush trees, blooming flowers, and pleasant zither music coming out of the tea house. It was like a slowly flowing stream, making people immerse themselves in it and let go of their worries to enjoy this moment of peace. "Young master, please come in." Just as Qin Feiyang was observing the tea-tasting house, a woman in a red dress about 18 or 19 years old walked lightly to Qin Feiyang with a standard smile on her face. "Okay." Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, looked at the woman in the red dress, nodded with a smile, and then followed the woman into the courtyard. The fragrance of the tea and flowers immediately came to his nose. The woman in the red dress was quite sweet. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Young master, you look a bit unfamiliar. You must be here for the first time." "Yes. I heard that the tea-tasting house has a kind of superb tea called Longjing, so I came to try it." Qin Feiyang waved his folding fan, showed a standard smile, and nodded in response. Chapter 3479. The woman in the red dress smiled gently and said, "Young master, you really came at the right time today." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, "Early this morning, we just picked a catty of new Longjing tea. Since young master loves tea, you should naturally know that freshly picked tea leaves are the most abundant in spirit energy. In that case, I really came at the right time." Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, in his heart, he didn't really look forward to this so-called Longjing tea. Because until now, he had never encountered a tea better than the heavenly immortal dew. Perhaps it was because he was already used to the taste of the heavenly immortal dew, and coupled with the fact that it was personally cultivated by the fire lotus, he had a special liking for it. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress stopped in her tracks, glanced around, and asked, "Young master, are you alone?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then do you want to sit outside or inside?" the woman in the red dress asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding pavilions and buildings, and then he looked at the innermost tea house. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Where would the first prince of the dragons sit when he came? Drinking tea was only secondary to him coming here. His main purpose was to deal with the first prince of the dragons. Logically speaking, with the first prince of the dragon's identity and status, he would definitely sit in the tea house or even find a quiet private room. When Qin Feiyang thought of this, he looked up at the woman in the red dress and asked, "Do you have a private room here?" "Yes." The woman in the red dress nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered again. No. The first prince of the dragon's hobby was to drink tea and listen to books. Since that was the case, he should sit closest to the storyteller. Moreover, this time, the first prince of the dragons was accompanied by Chu Yun. Chu Yun was the vice hall master of the demon palace and had a noble status. Once someone saw her, it would definitely cause a commotion. Moreover, these people were afraid that he would hide in Cloud Sea City, so they would definitely change their appearances and keep a low profile. So, the place where the first prince of the dragons would not be a private room. "Young master," the red-dressed woman couldn't help but ask when she saw that Qin Feiyang had remained silent for a long time. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said with a smile, Didn't you say that your tea tasting house has storytellers? Why didn't I see him? It hasn't started yet. The woman in red smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly nodded and said with a smile, I'm a person who likes to listen to stories. May I ask, where do you usually tell stories? The woman in the red dress smiled and pointed at the center of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a pavilion standing there. There was a stone table and a chair, but there was no one in the pavilion. That is the place that our tea tasting house specially prepared for storytellers. The woman in red said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked around the pavilion and found a row of private seats on the east side. There were a total of 2 seats with flower railings on both sides. There was also a small stream flowing by the side. He smiled and said, Then I'll sit there. Okay. The woman in red led Qin Feiyang to the side of the private seat and said with a smile, Please wait a moment. I'll serve you tea. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He sat in a private seat and looked at the guests around him. This place was really good. It had a quiet atmosphere, and the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of tea and flowers. There was also the lingering sound of the zither. It could be said that this was a place that many people yearned for. After a while, the woman in red came over with a jade plate. The jade plate was crystal clear, and a set of exquisite tea set was placed on it. The woman in red put the jade plate on the table, took out the tea set one by one, and then opened a teapot the size of a baby's palm. The teapot was made of high-quality jade and engraved with exquisite patterns. The moment the teapot was opened, the fragrance of tea suddenly rushed to his face. Smelling this fragrance, Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately lit up. He looked down and saw 3 tea leaves lying quietly in the teapot. That's right. There were only 3 of them. Each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were as beautiful as white jade, glowing with a hazy divine light and full of spiritual energy. They were like the petals of the Tianshan snow lotus, with a pure aura. This is the jade dew Longjing. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The fragrance of this tea seemed to be much purer than the heavenly fairy dew. That's right. The jade dew Longjing, also known as the white jade dew, is white and flawless, noble and sacred, known as the king of tea. The woman in red smiled faintly, then took out 3 tea leaves and began to make tea. Her gentle and elegant movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. White jade dew, the king of tea. Originally, Qin Feiyang was not very interested. However, when he saw the tea leaves, he could not help but look forward to it. About 100 breaths later, the woman in red finally finished making tea. She poured a cup of tea from the teapot and gently pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. She said with a smile, Young master, try it. Qin Feiyang put down the folding fan and picked up the teacup. He first smelled it. The fragrance of the tea was not very strong, but it was all-pervasive, stimulating his sense of smell and taste buds. Then, he put it to his mouth and gently tasted it. The taste was mellow and the concentration of the tea was just right. There seemed to be the smell of morning dew flowing in the heart, making one feel as if they were in the middle of the green mountains and clear waters in the morning, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the vitality everywhere, as well as the aura of the morning sun that sprinkled down. In particular, the spiritual energy in the tea leaves was like dew, nourishing every cell in the body, making people forget their worries and fatigue and full of vitality. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang could not help but close his eyes and carefully taste every drop of tea. When he opened his eyes again, he repeatedly praised it. To be praised by him like this, it was naturally quite good. Young master, are you satisfied? The woman in red asked with a smile. Isn't this obvious? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took another sip, and said, This tea can indeed be called the king of teas, but what? The woman in red was stunned and hurriedly asked. Wine is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The god of wine is the divine brew, and so is tea. Although this dew dragon well is the king of teas, it seems that there is still a distance between it and the divine tea. To tell you the truth, I don't have any hobbies in my life, only tasting tea. So my greatest wish is to taste a cup of the legendary divine tea in my lifetime. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. In your lifetime? The woman in red was stunned. She shook her head and said with a smile, "Young master is so young, but you can actually say such words of vicissitudes. It really surprises me," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Otherwise, why do people always say that only old people drink tea? Don't ordinary young people drink wine? Besides, I just look a little younger. In fact, I am an old antique who has lived for countless years." On this point, he was not exaggerating at all. According to the time in the Black Tortoise world, he was an old antique who had lived for at least 10 million years. "Young master must be joking." The woman in red waved her hand and said with a smile, "Divine tea, I have indeed heard of it, but this thing is something that can only be found by chance. It is even more precious than divine brew." "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone around him liked to drink wine, but he was the only one who liked to drink tea. Therefore, other than Fire Lotus, the others were especially interested in wine. The woman in red picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, "All right then, young master, please enjoy your tea. I will go and entertain the other guests. If you need anything, please let me know." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at the tea house and asked, "Who is this girl playing the zither?" "Girl?" The woman in red was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in red's reaction. "Was it not a girl?" The woman in red smiled and said, "The one playing the zither is my young master, but my young master never sees guests, so please forgive me." "Huh? It's a man playing the zither?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really a bit unexpected. "Young master, please enjoy." The woman in red did not say anything more, turned around, and left quickly. "I thought the owner of the tea house was a woman. I didn't expect it to be a man." Qin Feiyang held the teacup and shook his head with a smile. However, a man who played the zither so well and was also proficient in tea ceremony was quite rare. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, time passed by quietly. During this period, there would be people entering the tea house every few days. They were all gentle and polite. About half an hour later, another group of people came to the entrance of the tea house. There were a total of 6 people. The leader was a man and a woman. Both of them looked ordinary and had an ordinary temperament. They were the kind of existence that no one would look at if they were placed in a crowd. However, the other 4 people behind the 2 of them followed closely behind them. To be exact, they followed the young man. If one observed carefully, they would find that there was a trace of vigilance between their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the people who entered the tea house. If the first prince of the dragons had really changed his appearance, then he must pay careful attention. When the 6 people appeared, he looked up. At first, he did not pay too much attention to them, but when he saw the vigilance of the 4 people behind the man and woman, his heart suddenly trembled. Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragons, 4 followers, a total of 6 people. And now, this group of people happened to be 6 people. Combined with the expressions of the 4 people behind them, it was obvious that they were like little followers. It was very likely that it was them. Moreover, when he saw the young man, a familiar sense of disgust suddenly rose in his heart. That's right. It was the first prince of the dragons. Even if he had changed his appearance, the disgust and rejection from the depths of his soul could never be cut off. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. After calculating so much, he only missed this point. When 2 people who had opened the eye of heaven met, they would have a sense of rejection. In other words, not only would he reject the first prince of the dragons, but the first prince of the dragons would also reject him. If this was seen by the first prince of the dragons, he would immediately see through his identity. White-eyed wolf, the situation has changed. Quickly change into my current appearance and come out to replace me. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Chapter 3480. How troublesome. The white-eyed wolf was drinking in the devil's land. When he heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he put down the wine pot and transformed into Qin Feiyang. All right. Then, he transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he instantly disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, the white-eyed wolf appeared in the private room. At this moment, The first prince of the dragons, who was standing outside the door, looked towards the courtyard and glanced at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was very calm. However, Qin Feiyang, who was in the black tortoise realm, saw this scene through the void and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. "Tell me, what's the situation?" the white-eyed wolf whispered. He didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, so he was still a little confused. The 6 people standing outside the door are Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragons, and the 4 followers. And before, I ignored the rejection and disgust between me and the first prince of the dragons. So, I need you to act outside, but I will keep an eye on the situation outside. When the time comes, you just have to listen to me. Qin Feiyang explained to him through voice transmission. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Chu Yun and the others outside the door, and a light flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, when the woman in the red dress saw the first prince of the dragons and the others, she immediately went up to them and said with a smile, "Welcome to the tea house, young master and young miss." The young man retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile at the woman in the red dress. Then, he looked at Chu Yun and nodded with satisfaction. "This place is not bad. As long as you like it." Chu Yun smiled. At the same time, she also seemed to be consciously or unconsciously scanning the people in the courtyard, as if she was observing something. The woman in the red dress retreated to the side and said with a smile, "Please come in. Do you want to go to the tea house inside, or just sit outside? Is there a private room?" a follower behind the young man asked. He looked at the people in the courtyard with a trace of disgust. Qin Feiyang could clearly see the look of disgust on their faces, which made him even more certain of their identities. "There's one in the private room. And there's also the Longjing that was just harvested this morning." The woman in the red dress smiled. "Jade Dew Dragon well," the first prince of the dragons muttered with a smile, "sounds good, but don't disappoint me. That won't happen. I guarantee that young master will come in high spirits and return in high spirits." The woman in red said with a smile. "Lead the way." The first prince of the dragons smiled. "Young master, please follow me." The woman in the red dress nodded. Then, she turned around and led them toward the tea house. Are they going to the tea house? Could it be that my conjecture is also wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and could not help but frown. However, just as the group was about to enter the tea house, the first prince of the dragons suddenly stopped. He looked at the woman in the red dress and asked, "I heard that you have a storyteller here?" "Yes." The woman in the red dress nodded. The first prince of the dragons asked, "Then where is he telling stories?" "It's in that pavilion." The woman in the red dress turned around and pointed at the pavilion in the middle. "I see." The first prince of the dragons nodded in realization. He glanced at the courtyard and said with a smile, "Then let's not go to the private room. We'll just sit outside. There's a row of private rooms on the south side. Let's sit there." Cough cough. Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately coughed and said in a low voice, "It's not safe outside." The 4 followers also looked at the first prince of the dragons with opposing gazes. "It's just drinking tea and listening to books. What's so unsafe about it?" The first prince of the dragons secretly smiled and walked straight to the private room on the south side. Chu Yun and the 4 followers looked at each other and followed him with a helpless expression. "Don't send a message to Chu Yun, lest you reveal any flaws." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he secretly sent a voice transmission to the white-eyed wolf. "Okay." The white-eyed wolf nodded slightly. He looked at the teacup on the table and couldn't help but pout. Was this divine brew tasty? He picked up the teacup and tasted it. He felt that it was tasteless. "How about, take out a whole pot?" Qin Feiyang had been in seclusion in the black tortoise world for 60,000 years. During these 60,000 years, Zhao Sai and the others had already brewed many unparalleled divine brews. The white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly asked Zhao Sai for a few thousand jars. "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, if you want to drink now, hold it in." Qin Feiyang noticed the white-eyed wolf's phenomenon in the black tortoise world and immediately shouted, I know, so long-winded." The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with displeasure when he heard this. He glanced at the private room on the south side. Chu Yun and the first prince of the dragons were sitting opposite each other. The 4 followers stood respectfully at the side. When the woman in the red dress saw this, she also had a thoughtful look in her eyes. There were at least 800 people coming and going every day in the tea house, if not 1,000. She could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Looking at the situation, it was not difficult to judge that although this man and woman looked very ordinary on the surface, they definitely had a great background. She naturally didn't dare to neglect such people, so she quickly brought the dew dragon well over. After tasting the dew dragon well for the first time, the first prince of the dragons was also surprised. It seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Chu Yun nodded and smiled. I'm sure. The first prince of the dragons nodded. He looked at Chu Yun and asked, have you never been to such a good place before? Chu Yun was slightly stunned. She shook her head and sighed, there are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with every day. How could I have the time to come to such a place? It's all thanks to your highness that I'm fortunate enough to come here. That's true. After all, it's such a big demon palace. But I really admire you. A woman actually cares about so many things. The first prince of the dragons chuckled. There's nothing I can do. Who asked me to have a teacher who only wants to be a carefree crane? Chu Yun smiled bitterly. The first prince of the dragons smiled and turned to look around. He saw the white-eyed wolf again, but he didn't care. Then, he drank tea and chatted with Chu Yun. The white-eyed wolf looked at the first prince of the dragons and muttered, this little gaze, do you have any thoughts about my Yuna? Who cares if he has any thoughts? Anyway, don't act recklessly. Seeing the white-eyed wolf outside alone, Qin Feiyang was a little worried. However, he really couldn't go out now. Time quietly passed. About an hour later, the sound of the zither finally disappeared. Not long after, an old man with a white beard walked out of the tea house. He looked like an immortal as he walked straight into the pavilion in the center. Old man Bai, what interesting story are you going to tell today? In a pavilion not far away, a young man in white looked at the white-bearded old man and asked with a smile. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf, Chu Yun, and the first prince of the dragons all looked at the white-bearded old man. They saw that this old man was the storyteller of the tea house. Hee hee. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely. He stood in front of the stone table and looked around. He smiled and said, today, I'm going to tell you about Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the winged golden wolf. Winged golden wolf? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. Was he talking about it? Thinking about it carefully, it did have golden wings on its back. You're still talking about them? Aren't you tired? Someone laughed. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, it's not tiring to tell a good story. If you feel tired listening to it, then I'll change the story. Don't. Is there any story in the Eastern continent that is more exciting than theirs? Let's talk about them. Someone quickly said. This was indeed not an exaggeration. Now, not to mention the Eastern continent, the most talked about people in the entire Skycloud realm were Qin Feiyang and the others. Okay. Yesterday, we talked about how Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the winged golden wolf joined forces with the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to go to the Western continent and destroy the Blood Hall, removing it from the Skycloud realm. This is really a shocking feat. Then today, let's talk about why Qin Feiyang, the Demon Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance suddenly fell out with each other. The white-bearded old man put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone calmly. Tell us quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. Why? Someone urged. The first prince of the dragons held a teacup and drank the Longjing tea while looking at the white-bearded old man with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Of course, he knew. The Demon Palace fell out with Qin Feiyang because of a conflict of interest. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance fell out with Qin Feiyang because of the greed of the 3 giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. However, these were all secrets and not many people knew about it. He wanted to see what kind of story this old man could come up with. There are only 2 reasons for falling out. First, benefits. Second, their ideals are different. First, let's talk about benefits. In fact, The destruction of the Blood Hall didn't benefit Qin Feiyang and the others much. Because everyone knows that Qin Feiyang has a grudge against the Blood Hall, and he went there purely for revenge. Therefore, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance benefited the most from that battle. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance entered the Western Continent and became the ruler of the Western Continent, becoming a superforce comparable to the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, and Deity Palace in one fell swoop. As for the Demon Palace, they finally gained control of the entire Eastern Continent because of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's withdrawal. This outcome can be said to be a happy ending for everyone. However, just after Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared for a period of time, they reappeared and fell out with the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. From the looks of it, this isn't a conflict because of benefits. Because if it was because of benefits, they wouldn't have waited until today to fall out. Everyone, do you think what I said makes sense? After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, he looked at everyone and asked with a smile. It makes sense. Someone nodded and smiled. Let's talk about their ideals. As a major force, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance must pay attention to resources, status, and ruling power. As for Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, they are not part of a power. Instead, they are like many of us. For the sake of living, for the sake of survival, they are striving and working hard. What they pursue is freedom, carefreeness, and carefreeness. They want to continuously surpass their limits and achieve their goals. So, in terms of ideology, they are completely at odds. The white-bearded old man chuckled. Chapter 3481. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang, who were in the Black Tortoise realm, were surprised by the white-bearded old man's words. What he said really seemed to be the case. Because that was what they were after. Freedom, chic, and breaking through their own limits. Although it was a storyteller, it was quite accurate. The first prince of the dragon's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, "Old man, do you know Qin Feiyang and the others?" "Of course not." The white-bearded old man looked at the first prince of the dragons and shook his head with a smile. The first prince of the dragons asked, "Then how do you know that they are after these things?" The white-bearded old man laughed with a hoarse voice. "It's a story. This old man is happy to tell it. Little brother, it's fine as long as you are happy to hear it. Why take it so seriously?" "All right." The first prince of the dragons shook his head with a smile. He was indeed taking it too seriously. Someone asked, "So, they fell out because their ideals were different?" "No. Qin Feiyang and the others are not ambitious." "Why do I dare to say that?" "Because it can be seen from the fact that they allowed the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to enter the Western Continent. If they were ambitious people, would they let the Rogue Cultivator Alliance go? And from this, it can be seen that they are a group of people who are indifferent to fame and fortune. For such people, even if their ideals are different, they can just avoid contact in the future. There is no need to fall out and embarrass everyone." The white-bearded old man smiled. The woman in the red dress brought over a cup of tea. He held the teacup and moistened his throat. Then, he said, "So, this old man dares to say that there is definitely a mystery behind this." "What mystery?" The white-eyed wolf could not help but ask. Listening to this story was really interesting. There was truth in the fake, and falsehood in the truth. The more they listened, the more mysterious it became. The white-bearded old man put down the teacup and smiled. The so-called mystery starts from when Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared. When they disappeared? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. After destroying the Blood Palace, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. But this old man knows where they went during the time they disappeared. The white-bearded old man chuckled. "Really? Tell me about it." White-eyed wolf took a sip of tea and looked at the white-bearded old man with a smile. The others were also curious. The white-bearded old man smiled. "They went to the Yin Devil Land." "What? Went to the Yin Devil Land?" Everyone was stunned. Chu Yun couldn't help but ask, "How did you know they went to the Yin Devil Land?" Actually, this is not a secret. Anyone who has been to the Enmore Land knows that Qin Feiyang's group went there a while ago. At that time, other than Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the double-winged golden wolf, There was also the Blood Hall Master, Pei Tianhong, and the Shadow Guard Deputy Commander, Wang Chongyuan. They had all submitted to Qin Feiyang. After entering the Yin Devil Land, they encountered very strange things. I believe everyone has some understanding of the situation in the Yin Devil Land. There are many powerful ferocious beasts living there. These ferocious beasts are not afraid of the Yin Devil power. Many people who went to the Yin Devil Land to search for treasures were attacked and hunted down by them. The white-bearded old man smiled. That's true. I once had a friend who insisted on going to the Yin Devil Land to gain experience despite my advice. In the end, he died under the fangs of those ferocious beasts. A young man in black shook his head and sighed. That's right. I have an uncle who was also hunted down by these ferocious beasts and almost lost his life in the Yin Devil Land. He still hasn't walked out of the shadows. Another woman nodded and said sadly, even if you don't know the rumors about the Yin Devil Land, you must have heard it from the people around you. And all along, everyone thought that the biggest threat in the Yin Devil Land was the ferocious beasts and the Yin Devil power inside, but that's not the case. There's a group of terrifying existences living in the Yin Devil Land. There are humans and ferocious beasts in this group of terrifying existences, but without exception, they all have a blood mark between their eyebrows. And they're very strong. Even Qin Feiyang's group was no match for them. The white-bearded old man's gaze was very serious when he said this. A blood mark? Really? Everyone was surprised. What's the point of caring whether it's true or false? Besides, if you're really interested, you can go to the Yin Devil Land and ask around. At the time, Qin Feiyang's group was surrounded by that mysterious faction and fled to the depths of the Yin Devil Land. It seemed that the mysterious faction was after Qin Feiyang's group. As for what happened after that, no one knows. That's because everyone who knew about it, including the beasts who knew about it, was killed by the shockwaves of the sovereign weapons battle. That's right. Back in the land of Yin Devils, there was a battle between sovereign weapons. As expected, it must have been Qin Feiyang's group fighting that mysterious faction. Not long after, Qin Feiyang's group returned. Not long after that, Qin Feiyang's group fought again at the entrance to the Yin Devil Land. This time, there were fluctuations of sovereign weapons again. It's not hard to imagine that Qin Feiyang's group ran into a terrifying faction, and this faction has always existed in the Yin Devil Land. It's just that no one knows about it. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely, looking very mysterious. Everyone fell silent. Although they were listening to a story and knew that it might be false, they still couldn't help but feel their hearts grow heavy. Was there really a mysterious faction hidden in the Yin Devil Land? Not long after that, something else happened. I believe everyone has heard of this matter. Not long after the battle at the entrance to the Yin Devil Land, a group of mysterious people suddenly came to the eastern continent with sovereign weapons and directly barged into the Demon Palace to inquire about Qin Feiyang. Even the three heads of the Demon Palace had to submit. One can imagine how terrifying these mysterious people are. Now you must be wondering who these mysterious people are. Why are the Demon Palace so afraid? This old man can tell you that they are the mysterious faction that has been hiding in the Yin Devil Land. The white-bearded old man waved his sleeve and said firmly, "What? Those people who came to the Demon Palace are from that mysterious faction?" Everyone looked at each other. At the same time, the four followers of the first dragons couldn't help but have a trace of killing intent in their eyes. However, the first dragons sensed this killing intent and secretly glared at the four, indicating that they shouldn't act rashly. Then, the first dragons looked at the white-bearded old man and said with a smile, "How do you know that they are from that mysterious faction? Because this is too coincidental. Moreover, who in the Sky Cloud realm doesn't know about Qin Feiyang's strength? He has 2 sovereign weapons and the slaughter domain that is comparable to a sovereign weapon. He also has an expert like Pei Tianhong following him. Even the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, Divine Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance don't dare to provoke them. So, other than that mysterious faction, who else has the confidence and courage to do so? Here comes the main point. After this group of mysterious people arrived, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance turned against Qin Feiyang. This is really fast. As I expected, The reason why the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance turned against Qin Feiyang is to protect themselves. Because even Qin Feiyang is afraid of this faction, needless to say, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. To put it bluntly, a faction like the Demon Palace only has eternal interests and no eternal friends. As for the second reason, my personal guess is that the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance should be coveting Qin Feiyang's sovereign weapon. Because a ruler's divine weapon is simply too important to a power. Take the Rogue Cultivator Alliance for example. Even if they rule the entire Western continent now, they don't have a sovereign weapon. It's difficult for them to be on equal footing with the Demon Palace, Divine Palace, and Sky Palace. Therefore, they need a sovereign weapon to guard them. And Qin Feiyang and the others are not bound. It's obviously impossible for them to stay in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance forever. Therefore, it's inevitable that they want to kill them and steal their treasures. After all, there are some things that you have to grasp in your own hands. That is the most reliable. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, "Do you think that this is cruel and unfair to Qin Feiyang and the others? No, this is the way of the world." "What's going on?" the white-eyed wolf muttered. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Apart from the act between them, the Demon Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, everything else was real. Were they sure that this old man was just an ordinary storyteller? The white-bearded old man took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "This is today's story. Everyone, just listen to it and don't take it seriously. Also, don't tell the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. I can't bear the responsibility. That's it. Don't. Go on. I'm just getting excited." Everyone hurriedly shouted. It's boring to finish the story in one go. Friends who want to hear more, please come again tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good time. I'll take my leave first. The white-bearded old man said with a smile, put down his teacup, and turned to leave. One of the followers looked at the white-bearded old man's back and sent a voice transmission, "Your Highness, this person actually knows so much about us. Could it be related to Qin Feiyang?" The first prince of the dragons was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, "Since you suspect him, bring him back for interrogation. There's a saying among humans that I like very much. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go." With that, he held his teacup with a smile and drank by himself. From the beginning to the end, he was like an outsider. The four followers looked at each other, and then their gazes landed on the white-bearded old man in unison. A cold light surged in their eyes. At the side, Chu Yun was silent. At this time, she definitely could not speak. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would arouse the displeasure of the first prince of the dragons. Chapter 3482. Something's not right. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf's pupils constricted as he glanced at the first prince and his four followers. Although he couldn't see their faces, the atmosphere clearly changed. "Don't be rash. For us, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. A heaven-sent opportunity. The white-eyed wolf was stunned, not understanding. Originally, I planned to set up a trap here and lure the first prince of the dragons to the heavenly cloud ocean, then quickly kill him. But now, this storyteller has obviously aroused the suspicions of the first prince of the dragons. We might as well make use of this storyteller. Qin Feiyang transmitted. How? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Let the first prince of the dragons and his group take him away first, then we'll save him. At that time, when the first prince of the dragons sees someone coming to save this storyteller, what will he think? He will definitely become more suspicious and think that even if this storyteller has nothing to do with us, his identity is definitely not ordinary. So, at that time, he will chase after him to the end. Qin Feiyang transmitted. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf nodded in understanding. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The most important thing is that by shifting the attention to this storyteller, the first prince of the dragons won't suspect that the Demon Palace is colluding with us." "You're a little dishonest. You actually want to make use of such a pitiful old man." The white-eyed wolf secretly despised him. "What do you know? We're also saving him in a disguised way. Do you think that when he falls into the hands of the first prince of the dragons, he will have a way out? Let me tell you, as long as this storyteller is captured by the first prince of the dragons and taken to the demon palace, he will definitely not be able to walk out alive. Qin Feiyang secretly said. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The dragons of the Sky Cloud realm were actually the same as the dragons of the ancient realm. Using the strong to bully the weak, bullying men and seizing women, he was simply an impeccable villain. Logically speaking, mystical dragons were such noble creatures. They should be humble, courteous, and friendly to people. But why were all the dragons they met so smelly? They felt as if they were high and mighty kings, and all living beings had to submit to them. Why don't we be more open-minded and keep a low profile? Qin Feiyang continued, the hunting location is still at White Crane Island in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. As for the sea beasts in that area, I have already evacuated them yesterday. Did you run out yesterday to evacuate those sea beasts? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. The sea beasts of the Heavenly Clouds Sea have been so good to us. Of course we can't do anything to harm them. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Not to mention the other sea beasts, just the little rabbit. If it was because of them that the Heavenly Clouds Sea flowed with blood, the little rabbit would not easily let them go, even if their relationship was so good. In the blink of an eye, the 4 followers stepped out at the same time and instantly landed beside the white-bearded old man. The 4 of them stood in the north, south, east, and west positions, blocking the white-bearded old man's path. This sudden scene caused everyone present to be involuntarily stunned. The white-bearded old man was the same. When he came back to his senses, he cupped his hands and smiled. Guests, the story is really over. If you want to hear it, please come early tomorrow. He thought that these 4 followers wanted him to continue telling the story. When the 4 of them heard this, their faces were expressionless, and they said lightly, please come with us. The white-bearded old man was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, where to? The 4 of them did not answer, but there was a trace of cold light in their eyes. The atmosphere is not right. What are they going to do? The people around looked at the 4 followers with suspicious faces. The white-bearded old man also vaguely felt that something was wrong and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, old man, I still have something to do at home, so I have to rush back immediately. How about this, you tell me a place, and when I'm done with the things at home, I'll go find you. After saying that, he turned sideways and wanted to squeeze between the 2 followers. But the 2 followers stood firmly on the ground like Mount Tai, and the cold light in their eyes became more and more intense. What are you doing? The tea house is a place of elegance, how can you be so mischievous? Besides, he's just a storyteller with no status, no background, and no interest involved with you. Why are you looking for him? 2 young men were not pleasing to the eyes of the 4 people's behavior and could not help but scold them angrily. However, his 4 followers turned a deaf ear to him. However, from the expression on their faces, it could be seen that their patience was about to reach its limit. At the same time, when the first prince of the dragons heard the scolding of the 2 young men, he could not help but look at them with a hint of contempt in his playful eyes. It was the first time he saw someone who dared to yell in front of him. Feeling the gradually heavy atmosphere, the white-bearded old man became more and more anxious. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He looked at the 4 people with a pleading face and said, 4 people, I do have an urgent matter at home, please be magnanimous. At this time, the woman in the red dress also ran over and asked suspiciously, what's going on? The white-bearded old man said anxiously, Little Red, I don't know. Please help me beg for mercy. I'm just an old storyteller, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Hearing this, the woman in the red dress hurriedly looked at the 4 followers and said apologetically, 4 people, if Mr. Bai has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. This has nothing to do with you. One of the followers said coldly. That. The woman's face froze, and then she suddenly recalled that they seemed to be the followers of that man and woman. So, she immediately ran over to the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun and spoke on their behalf. The first prince of the dragons waved his hand and smiled, Miss, there's no need to be anxious. I'm just quite curious about something, so I want to take him back and ask him about it. What is it? Why do you have to take him away? You can ask him right here. Another young man and woman spoke, and their faces were covered in displeasure. It was such a good atmosphere, yet it had been turned into such a mess, and it simply spoiled their mood. The first prince of the dragon's brows instantly raised when he heard this. These people really don't know what's good for them. I'm already very merciful that I didn't make a fuss about it earlier, yet they actually dared to cause trouble here. Do they really think I have a good temper? Not to mention the first prince of the dragons, even the 4 followers had endured it to their limits. Swoosh. One of them took a step forward and descended before the young man and woman. What are all of you doing? This is Ocean of Cloud City, a place ruled by the Devil Hall. How dare all of you? The young man and woman immediately stood up and shouted. However, they hadn't even finished speaking when that follower raised his hand and smashed his fist forward. Both of their bodies exploded apart in midair, causing blood and flesh to spray towards the surroundings. He killed them. The others watched this scene with astonishment, and all of them instantly broke out in cold sweat when they recovered from their shock. Who exactly is he? He actually dared to kill in public in Ocean of Cloud City. If anyone dares to speak another word, then everyone here can dream of leaving alive. That follower glanced at the surroundings while a shocking sharp glow flashed through his eyes. My lord, what are you? The woman in a red dress gazed at that follower, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. Humans are like that. They won't be obedient until they're beaten. The first prince of the dragons muttered indifferently, and then he drank the tea in his cup before he stood up and gazed at Chu Yun. Chu Yun understood his intentions and opened up a spatial passageway. What? The laws of space and time. Their pupils constricted. They've actually grasped the laws of space and time. So, their identities are definitely not ordinary. Let's go. The first prince of the dragons glanced indifferently at the surroundings, and then he walked towards the spatial passageway. Chu Yun followed closely behind him, and she was rather anxious in her heart. Why hasn't Qin Feiyang shown himself? The 4 followers immediately grabbed the white-bearded old man and chased after the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun when they noticed this. As for the white-bearded old man, he was like a helpless little lamb at this moment. No one here dared to stop them as well. Because the situation was right before their eyes, and it was a group of people that they couldn't afford to offend. Prepare to attack. I'll give you a path. Flee along that path, and someone will come to your aid. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice resounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. Come to my aid. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. I don't have the time to explain now. You'll find out when the time comes, Qin Feiyang said. In front of the spatial passageway, just as the first prince of the dragons and his group were about to step into the passageway, a black shadow suddenly swept past the 4 followers. When the 4 followers came back to their senses, they found that the white-bearded old man had already disappeared in front of them. Who is it? The 4 followers immediately roared, and a terrifying divine aura erupted, enveloping all directions. Chu Yun also quivered, and quickly turned around to look around. Was it Qin Feiyang? At the same time, the first prince of the dragons also suddenly turned around, sweeping his gaze in all directions, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. The other people in the tea house were also a little stunned by this sudden change. What's the big deal about bullying an old man? Suddenly, a sneer rang out in the sky. He's up there. Someone shouted. In an instant, everyone looked up at the sky and saw a black-clothed young man standing against the wind, and the white-bearded old man was right beside him. That's right. He was the white-eyed wolf. It's him. When the woman in the red dress saw the white-eyed wolf, her expression was rather surprised. This was because when Qin Feiyang and the woman in the red dress had conversed, he had mentioned the divine tea. Thus, the woman in the red dress had a special impression of this face. Is it you? At the same time, Chu Yun sized up the white-eyed wolf, muttering in her heart. You're courting death. In the next instant, the 4 followers roared and simultaneously rushed toward the white-eyed wolf. A mere late-stage sovereign dared to act so impudently in front of them. Yes, I am courting death, But let's see if you have the ability to do so. The white-eyed wolf sneered disdainfully, activated the instant time, and instantly appeared outside the city. What? That's the instant time. He's a late-stage sovereign, but he actually grasped the supreme profundity of the world's laws. The four followers' expressions instantly froze. Chapter 3483. Moment of time. The first prince of the dragons frowned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He shouted, "There must be something wrong with them. We can't let them escape. Chase." Because even among the dragons, there was no such monster. Whoosh. When the four followers heard this, they immediately activated their assistants' divine arts and chased after the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man. Judging from their speed, all of them were using supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine arts. Looking at Chu Yun, who was still in a daze, the first prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them." Chu Yun quivered and hurriedly swept up the first prince of the dragons and rushed into the sky like lightning. As a paragon ruler, Chu Yun's speed was naturally quite fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared outside the eastern city with the first prince of the dragons. Because the tea house was located on the outskirts of the eastern city, it was not far from the city. As long as they did not pass through the city gate and directly passed through the city wall, with their cultivation, it would only take an instant. I didn't expect the tea house to be so full of hidden dragons today. That's right. One has grasped the space-time law, and the other has grasped the time law. It's really hard to imagine. Who are they? Especially that black-clothed youth. He looks so young, but he actually comprehended the supreme profundity of the space-time law. Could it be that he came from some mysterious faction? Everyone was bewildered. The woman in the red dress retracted her gaze and waved her jade-like hand to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. She smiled and said, "Sorry to have frightened everyone. All of today's expenses are free of charge." If it was normal times, everyone would be very happy that the bill was free. After all, the price of the Yulu Longjing was not cheap. But now, they were not in the mood to be happy at all. Their gazes were always looking outside the eastern city. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress did not say anything and quickly entered the tea house. The tea house had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was basically full. The private rooms on the second floor were also almost full. At that very moment, those people were also bewildered. That was because they had personally witnessed the entire process from inside the tea house. "Sorry, everyone, please continue." When the woman in the red dress passed by, she apologized to the surrounding guests one by one and then went straight to the third floor. The third floor was extremely quiet. There was not even a single guest. "Young master." The woman in the red dress walked in front of a closed door and called out softly, "I already know what's going on outside. You don't have to worry. Treat the guests well. I'll take care of it." A gentle and refined voice sounded from inside. "All right." The woman in the red dress heard this, and a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be relieved, and no more sounds came from the room. At the same time, the Black Tortoise World, the land of demons. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction where White-Eyed Wolf and the others had disappeared through the images in the void. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes as he took out the divine voice transmission stone. Wang. The next moment, the image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Has it already begun? The alliance master looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes. However, the situation has changed. The white-eyed wolf is being chased by them. However, the plan hasn't changed. I've already told the white-eyed wolf's escape route in advance. Hurry up and change your appearance and be ready to help at any time. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The alliance master nodded. Outside the city, the white-eyed wolf brought the white-bearded old man and kept activating the momentary time, moving as fast as lightning. The beasts along the way couldn't see their traces, and could only feel a gust of wind blowing past them. At the rear, 4 followers, Chu Yun, the dragons, and the crown prince followed closely behind. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yun didn't say a word. Looking at the back of the white-eyed wolf, she secretly pondered in her heart. This shouldn't be Qin Feiyang, right? Because Qin Feiyang didn't master the space-time law, let alone the momentary time. But other than Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? Could it be, suddenly, a wolf king with golden wings on his back appeared in her mind? That's right. It must be this wolf cub. Because Elder Hua had returned and told her that the white-eyed wolf had also stepped into the greater mastery dominator realm. However, what about Qin Feiyang? And Pei Tianhong? Why didn't they appear? Although the white-eyed wolf had mastered the momentary time, the 4 followers of the dragons were all at the great perfection dominator realm and had mastered the supreme level heaven-defying divine art. In terms of speed, the 4 of them were a little faster than the white-eyed wolf. If this continued, the 4 of them would catch up to the wolf cub sooner or later. Moreover, she was still there. If the Crown Prince of the Dragons asked her to activate the space-time law to intercept, the white-eyed wolf wouldn't be able to escape. Wait. The white-eyed wolf seemed to have mastered the space-time law too. But why didn't it activate the space-time teleportation channel at the tea house and directly escape? What was going on? As the deputy palace master of the Demon Palace and Elder Hua's favorite student, she naturally wasn't stupid. She quickly guessed the white-eyed wolf's goal. It was to lure the Crown Prince of the Dragons and the others to another place. In that case, could it be that this white-bearded old man was also purposely arranged by the white-eyed wolf? Right now, her mind was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand at all. What were Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf doing? Little brother, thank you. In front. The white-bearded old man turned to look at Chu Yun and the others. He was still in a state of shock. The white-eyed wolf's expression was very serious. It scanned the mountains and rivers in front of it and said in a deep voice, "Don't thank me too early. Their cultivation is stronger than mine. We can't escape at all." Although Qin Feiyang had said that as long as it followed this route, someone would come to rescue it, it knew nothing about Qin Feiyang's plan. Therefore, it couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's face turned even paler. He asked, "Then what should we do?" "I don't know." The white-eyed wolf wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him now. Qin Feiyang's plan was good, but wouldn't the hunting location be too far away? Heavenly Cloud Sea, White Crane Island? If no one came to rescue it, it would have been caught by the first Prince of the Dragons and the others before it could fly to the Heavenly Cloud Sea. And now, it didn't dare to open the space-time transmission channel. Because if it opened the space-time transmission channel and successfully escaped, Qin Feiyang's plan would be in vain. Because now it and the white-bearded old man were bait to lure these people. If they escaped, there would be no way to lure the first Prince of the Dragons and the others to White Crane Island. This was difficult to deal with. "Little Qinzi, are you there?" the white-eyed wolf whispered. But Qin Feiyang didn't respond. As expected. The white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang had already separated from it. Although Qin Feiyang's cultivation was the same as its, Qin Feiyang's speed of controlling the Black Tortoise realm was not as fast as its speed of activating the momentary time. So it guessed that when they left the tea house, they had already separated. To be honest, in the face of the current situation, without Qin Feiyang as its backbone, it was still a little flustered. "Little Qinzi, are you there?" "What do you mean?" The white-bearded old man heard the white-eyed wolf's whisper and couldn't help but look at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "It's none of your business. Be quiet." The white-eyed wolf glared at him fiercely. The white-bearded old man shrank his neck and suddenly quieted down. "Let's see where you can escape to." Behind. The 4 followers were murderous, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The white-eyed wolf could already feel a fatal threat. Now, it was too late to open the space-time transmission channel. Because the 4 of them could catch up and collapse the space-time channel. They haven't appeared yet. The white-eyed wolf was burning with anxiety. It glanced at the mountains in front of it. Was there anyone to help? Another few breaths passed. The 4 people behind it suddenly released their pressure and rolled toward the white-eyed wolf. Because the distance now was enough for them to imprison the white-eyed wolf. "Bastard. If you don't come to help me, I'll die." The white-eyed wolf roared in its heart and frantically activated the momentary time. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man were about to be imprisoned by the pressure of the four people, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the mountains below. It swept in front of the white-eyed wolf like lightning and grabbed the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man. It activated the supreme-level auxiliary divine art and flew away without looking back. "There's someone else." The four followers were stunned and immediately flew into a rage. There were so many reckless people today. What's going on? Could it be Pei Tianhong? Seeing the appearance of the black shadow, Chu Yun also had a trace of doubt in her heart. Looking at the face of the first prince of the dragons, it became more and more gloomy. The white-eyed wolf was also stunned. Then, it turned its head to look at the black shadow beside it. Its eyes could not help but reveal a suspicious look. This was a black-robed old man. Other than a pair of eyes, his entire body was covered in a black robe, looking incomparably mysterious. Even the look in his eyes looked very unfamiliar. But it was certain that this was the person that Qin Feiyang said was coming to help it. "You really came in time. But who exactly are you?" The white-eyed wolf transmitted its voice. "Guess." The black-robed old man's voice sounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. Even the voice was very unfamiliar. "I can't guess, and I'm not in the mood." The white-eyed wolf pursed its lips. "You wolf cub, you're too impatient." The black-robed old man shook his head and smiled, then transmitted his voice. "You've done so much for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. As the Alliance leader, I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. As long as I can help, I won't refuse." "It's you." The white-eyed wolf was astonished. "Who else? Do you think it's Elder Hua? The Demon Hall Master? Or Old Yi? Old Qi? They don't have the space-time laws. How can they be as convenient as me? Besides, I'm the one who set up the barrier around the Nine-Dragon Mountain range. Only I have the ability to leave the Alliance capital without the little princess of the dragons noticing." The Alliance leader smiled faintly. "That's true." The white-eyed wolf replied secretly. Whether it was the deputy Alliance leader or the Hall of Famers, none of them could come and go freely in the barrier set up by the Alliance leader. Then, it transmitted its voice. "Don't say that. At first, I thought you were really that old man, Elder Hua. Yesterday, when Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, we discussed it. Elder Hua has been in contact with the first prince too many times. If we let him come, even if we hide his identity, he might be seen through. So, we didn't look for him." The Alliance leader explained secretly. Chapter 3484. "You guys contacted each other yesterday?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Yes. It was last night. He sent us a message, saying that he needed our help. To be honest, I'm more and more impressed by this kid now. The entire plan, as long as it was a possible situation, he could think of it in advance. For example, he predicted that neither you nor he would be able to match the first prince's followers in terms of speed, so he sent me to receive you. If it was someone else who didn't think of this, then no matter how thorough the plan was, it could basically be declared a failure." The Alliance master secretly laughed, his tone full of praise. In the past, Qin Feiyang's performance had made him look at him in a different light. This was not something a young person could do. But as he slowly got along with him, he realized that what he saw before was only the tip of the iceberg. Of course. If he didn't have a brain, how could we have survived until now? But don't praise him like that, because he occasionally makes mistakes. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "No one is perfect." The Alliance master smiled faintly, glanced at the white-bearded old man next to him, and secretly asked, "Is this the unforeseen event that Qin Feiyang mentioned?" "Kind of. But his biggest miscalculation was that he forgot that when he met the first prince of the dragons, they would dislike each other, so he asked me to replace him." The white-eyed wolf secretly thought. No matter how careful and cautious a person is, there will be times when they miscalculate. This is unavoidable, as long as it can be saved in time. The Alliance master secretly laughed, then glanced at the first prince of the dragons and the others who were following behind him, and sighed. "This time, in order to help you guys, I was especially careful." "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. The Alliance Master secretly said, "Not only did I change my aura, but I also recultivated a supreme-level support divine technique, which is the divine technique that I am using now." Recultivated a supreme-level support divine technique? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, and suspiciously asked, "Is there a need for that? Don't all support divine techniques look the same?" No, no, no. Even though auxiliary divine arts increase speed, if you look closely, you can still see the difference. For example, Qin Fei Yang's Spacetime Step and Little Lunatic Spectre Ghost Steps. These divine arts all have their own characteristics. No matter how well they conceal it, it's still very easy for others to recognize them. Besides, in this situation, we can't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, we'll end up being crushed. The Alliance Master thought. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and secretly agreed. Then, he chuckled and said, "Then after this, you have to be careful. Don't use this kind of auxiliary divine art in front of the dragons. It's all right. If you can kill them this time, it doesn't matter if the other dragons see you, because only these people can see me. As long as we silence them, nothing will happen." The Alliance Master replied indifferently. "What if we can't kill him?" White-eyed wolf asked. "That's simple. Just destroy this support-type divine art." The Alliance Master smiled inwardly. "Ah." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and speechless. "You're really extravagant. You're even willing to destroy a supreme divine art. Otherwise, if you don't destroy it, what if you use it in a hurry when fighting? Won't you be exposed?" Actually, it's not a big deal. Mastering one type of auxiliary divine art is enough for a lifetime. The Alliance Master smiled faintly and didn't care too much. Don't. If you really can't do it, you can give it to me. With me here, even if the dragons see it, it doesn't matter. After all, it's a pity to destroy an auxiliary divine art of this level." The white-eyed wolf secretly laughed. "Don't you have the instant time? Why do you still need it?" The Alliance Master was puzzled. The instant time was much stronger than an auxiliary divine art. "Are you stupid? The instant time requires the law of time as the basis for consumption. I can't keep the instant time open, right? If I encounter danger in the future and the law of time is exhausted, wouldn't I have to stand there and wait for death?" Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "Ah." The Alliance Master was stunned and smiled bitterly. "That's true. All right, I'll send you off when the time comes." "Good brother." The white-eyed wolf grinned. "Good brother?" Cough cough. The Alliance Master choked on his words. "We're familiar with each other, but don't mess up the seniority, okay?" Qin Fei Yang and Madman were the disciples of the Vice Alliance Master. He and the Vice Alliance Master were of the same generation, and as Qin Fei Yang's partner, shouldn't the white-eyed wolf call him uncle or something? However, after knowing each other for so long, he understood the white-eyed wolf quite well. There was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, for the white-eyed wolf, the closer it was to someone, the more it liked it, the more casual it would be. The Alliance Master glanced at the white-bearded old man again and sent a sound transmission. "Then what should we do with him later? When the war starts, who will care about him? Let's see what happens to him," the white-eyed wolf said lightly. The Alliance Master nodded. As the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, he naturally couldn't be a soft-hearted person. An ordinary person like the white-bearded old man couldn't be bothered with him. Looking at the first prince of the dragons and the others behind him again, the Alliance Master sent a sound transmission and asked, "Which one is Chu Yun?" The white-eyed wolf thought, "It's the woman next to the first prince of the dragons. According to little Qin Zi, she seems to have a Dominator divine weapon. Dominator divine weapon, when the war starts, she definitely won't be able to stand by and watch. It seems that it will be a tough battle for you guys." The Alliance Master sighed. "What are you afraid of? Besides, she definitely won't fight us to the death. At most, she will help the first prince of the dragons restrain one of our Dominator divine weapons." The white-eyed wolf didn't care at all. The Alliance Master thought for a moment and said, "Well, as long as you guys are confident. Now, you can go and provoke them and make them follow us. Don't give up halfway." That's what I want. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and turned to look at the first prince of the dragons and the others, saying, "Are you still chasing? Are you done yet? Isn't it just that I didn't like the look of it and saved an old man? Is there a need to chase after me like this?" The first prince of the dragon's eyes flashed and said, "If you don't want us to chase after you, then stop and answer a few questions." "You want me to stop, so I will stop. Do you think you are from the demon palace?" The white-eyed wolf looked disdainful. "People from the demon palace?" A trace of mockery appeared in the first prince of the dragon's eyes as he said indifferently, "If you dare to provoke me, even if you are from the demon palace, I will still destroy you." So arrogant. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He looked suspiciously at the first prince of the dragons and asked, "Are you joking with me? As the overlord of the eastern continent, the demon palace is something you can destroy just because you want to? Do I look like I am joking with you? I advise you to stop immediately, or you will bear the consequences." The first prince of the dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the contempt between his brows was undisguised. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said, "I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Can you guys stop chasing? Take it that I beg you." He said that on purpose. For someone like the first prince of the dragons, the more you told him not to chase, the more he would chase. Too late. As expected, the first prince of the dragons sneered. "Damn you, why am I so unlucky to provoke you guys? You want to chase, right? Then let's continue. Let's see if you can catch up." The white-eyed wolf snorted and retracted his gaze. He looked at the Alliance Master and transmitted his voice, "They won't use the sovereign divine weapon, right? Don't worry. We have thought about this for a long time. At present, they won't use the sovereign divine weapon because it will hurt many innocent creatures. Although the dragons are powerful, they are also afraid of provoking the wrath of the people. After all, the wrath of the people is a very scary thing. Besides, even if the dragons are not afraid, Chuyun will stop them." The Alliance Master transmitted his voice. "That's good." The white-eyed wolf secretly sighed in relief. As long as they could successfully enter the Sea of Clouds, even if the first prince of the dragons activated the sovereign divine weapon, he would not be afraid. With the cultivation of a peak dominator and the assistance of a supreme divine technique, his speed was naturally unimaginable. About an hour later, a city entered their line of sight. This was the eastern mountain city closest to the Sea of Cloud. Although the eastern mountain city was not big, it was still extremely prosperous due to its geographical location. What a powerful aura! Suddenly, the people in the city were in an uproar as they looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others in the sky. Their expressions were full of surprise. Not only was his aura powerful, but his speed was also so fast. This was definitely the existence of a peak dominator, one in front and one behind, desperately chasing after them. Who were these people? However, whether it was the white-eyed wolf and the other two, or the first prince of the dragons and the others, they did not stop at all. They whistled past the eastern mountain city, and the Sea of Clouds also entered their line of sight. Chuyun finally understood that they were trying to lure the dragons and the others to the Sea of Clouds. Her eyes flashed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the Sea of Clouds is in front of us. Why don't we give up first?" The more the first prince gave up, the more he would not give up. Because he had already chased them here, how could he be willing to watch the white-eyed wolf and the other two escape into the Sea of Clouds? However, the first prince of the dragons seemed to be a little afraid of the Sea of Clouds. "We really can't continue to chase. If a battle breaks out in the Sea of Clouds and affects the sea beasts of the Sea of Clouds, the beast god will not let this matter rest." Chuyun said. "Beast god," the first prince of the dragons muttered, a sinister look flashed across his eyes, and he said, "Then let's activate the sovereign divine weapon here." "What? Activate the sovereign divine weapon? Your Highness, please reconsider. If you activate the sovereign divine weapon here, not only will it destroy the eastern mountain city, it will also affect all the nearby towns. As far as I know, there are hundreds of millions of humans in the nearby towns. And that's not counting the other creatures. Most importantly, Activating the sovereign divine weapon here will also directly affect the sea beasts of the Sea of Clouds. Chu Yun's expression changed as she hurriedly exclaimed. Sure enough, as the Alliance Master said, if the first Prince of the Dragons wanted to activate the sovereign divine weapon, Chu Yun would be the first to stand up and stop him, because protecting the creatures of the Eastern Continent was her duty. In fact, the most important thing was the last sentence, which would also directly affect the sea beasts of the Sea of Clouds. When he first entered the Eastern Continent, he already knew that the second princess of the dragons and the others had been punished by the beast god. At that time, even he was shocked. The beast god of the Sea of Clouds was actually so terrifying. So now that he came to the Sea of Clouds, he couldn't help but feel fear. Chapter 3485. Your Highness, if you really want to go in, then listen to me. Don't hurt the sea beasts here. As long as you don't hurt the sea beasts here, even if you use the sovereign divine weapon and kill them, the beast god won't interfere. Chu Yun looked at the first prince of the dragons and said in a low voice. Are you sure? The first prince of the dragons asked. I'm sure. Chu Yun nodded. The first prince of the dragons heaved a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Whoosh. Two groups of people entered the heavenly cloud sea one after another. Fuck you. You're still chasing? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at the 6 people and roared angrily. The first prince of the dragons was silent, but his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like we've really gotten into big trouble. Why don't we talk? I'll return this old man to you, and you'll let us go. The white-eyed wolf seemed to be ready to compromise. Okay. The first prince of the dragons nodded. Really? Don't fool me. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of vigilance. A real man's word is worth 9 tripods. The first prince of the dragons said with a cold smile in his eyes. The white-eyed wolf looked at the first prince of the dragons seriously and shook his head. I don't dare to believe you, but we really didn't mean to offend you. Can't you be merciful and give us a way out? That pleading tone made the first prince of the dragons very happy. Now you know fear. What were you doing earlier? This was the price for provoking him. Fuck you. Today is really unlucky to meet a fool like you. You want to chase? Fine, I'll accompany you to the end today. If you don't chase half of it, then you're my grandson. The ingrate cursed again and again, looking as if he was going to go all out. Originally, the first prince of the dragons was quite proud, but when he heard this, his face sank and he shouted, Chu Yun, activate the space-time law and stop them in front. How dare he be so arrogant? How reckless. All right. Chu Yun nodded, and the space-time laws appeared. In the next instant, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of the white-eyed wolf and the others. Not good. The Alliance Master's pupils shrank as he transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf. You're pushing him too far. Don't you also control the space-time laws? Furthermore, your space-time laws are even above Chu Yun's. How could she possibly stop you? White-eyed wolf thought to himself. If I activate the space-time laws, Chu Yun really won't be able to stop me. But you have to know that there are only a handful of people in the Sky Cloud realm who have mastered the laws of space and time. Once I activate the laws of space and time, it is very likely that it will arouse the dragon's suspicion. The Alliance Master transmitted his voice. So you're saying that we really pushed him too far? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The Alliance Master glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, however, we have already expected this situation. After all, with Chu Yun following them, it's only a matter of time before we open the space-time tunnel to intercept them. How do we solve it? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Because they are afraid of harming the sea beasts in the Sky Cloud Ocean, so as long as we enter the Sky Cloud Ocean, they won't dare to fight with us. But they really want to kill us. What should we do? At this time, we need to take the initiative and tell them a place where they can fight. It's very easy to lure them to White Crane Island. The Alliance Master secretly said. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, what about the fire dragon and the son of the ice dragon? Are they by the side of the first prince of the dragons now? Last night, Qin Feiyang specially sent a message to Elder Hua to ask about this matter. It is said that the fire dragon has already left the demon palace more than a month ago. I wonder where it went. As for the son of the ice dragon, I have never seen it. We speculate that the son of the ice dragon might not have left the dragon's nest. Perhaps it's a trick of the little dragon princess to use the son of the ice dragon to pressure us. The palace master secretly said. That's a pity. The white-eyed wolf secretly sighed. At this time, Chu Yun was already in front of the sea, staring at the white-eyed wolf and the other two with killing intent in her eyes. Behind them, the first prince of the dragons and his 4 followers also had an imposing aura. The white-eyed wolf finally stopped. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of them. What? Not only does it control the law of time, but it also controls the law of space-time? The first prince of the dragons and his 4 followers were stunned. You want to kill us? Okay, I know a place where we don't have to worry about hurting the sea beasts. If you have the ability, then follow us. At most, we'll fight to the death. The white-eyed wolf's words were like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Before he finished speaking, the Alliance Master took him and the white-bearded old man into the space-time tunnel. That's what I want. Hearing this, the first prince of the dragons immediately rushed toward the space-time tunnel. But at this time, the 4 followers stopped in the void and reached out to stop him. What's wrong? The first prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows. The 4 of them looked at the space-time tunnel with flickering eyes. One of them suddenly said, Your Highness, why do I feel that something isn't right? Is there? Why can't I see it? The first prince of the dragons snorted coldly. At this time, Chu Yun also landed beside the first prince. She glanced at the 4 followers, and a light flashed in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, Your Highness, their concerns are reasonable. What if this is a trap? A trap? The first prince of the dragons was stunned and sneered, so what if it's a trap? We have 2 sovereign divine weapons. Besides, they don't even know who we are. How could they deliberately set a trap for us? I think they are just cornered. Hearing this, the 4 followers felt that it made sense. They had all changed their appearances. From the beginning to the end, they had never exposed any information about their identities. So the other party didn't know who they were. Since he didn't know, then the trap was indeed a complete nonsense. Moreover, looking at the other party's performance and tone, it was indeed a bit of a cornered beast. In the blink of an eye, just as they were hesitating, the space-time teleportation channel had already begun to close. Seeing this, the first prince of the dragons immediately shouted, If we don't go in now, when the channel closes, it will be even harder to find them than ascending to the heavens. Hurry up. The 4 followers looked at each other and nodded at the same time. That's right. They had 2 sovereign divine weapons. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, they brought the first prince of the dragons and rushed into the space-time tunnel like lightning. A hint of ridicule flashed across Chu Yun's eyes. She thought that she was infallible, but she didn't know that she had already fallen into the trap set up by Qin Feiyang and the others. However, the white-eyed wolf was really amazing. Whether it was the tone of his voice or the expression on his face, he could pass off as the real deal. It seemed that the madman and Qin Feiyang weren't the only powerful ones in this group of people. If this Wolf King was serious, he would be quite scary. Whoosh! Chu Yun took a deep breath and also stepped into the teleportation channel. White Crane Island. As soon as the white-eyed wolf, the Alliance Master and the white-bearded old man appeared, they saw a white-clothed young man standing in the air above the sea. This young man was really Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the white-bearded old man was stunned. Why did he look so familiar? Wait, wasn't he the famous Qin Feiyang? Previously, he had told his story at the tea house. Why was he here? At the same time, when Qin Feiyang saw the white-eyed wolf and the other 2 appear, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked at the space-time tunnel behind the 3 of them and cupped his hands at the Alliance Master. Thank you. You're welcome. The Alliance Master waved his hand and smiled. He slapped the white-bearded old man unconscious and looked at Qin Feiyang. The mission has been completed, the rest is up to you. I'll go back first and help keep an eye on the dragon's little princess. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The dragon's little princess had to be fixed, otherwise, there might be changes. Swoosh. The Alliance Master waved his hand, opened a space-time tunnel, and left without looking back. Qin Feiyang glanced at the unconscious white-bearded old man, summoned his horsetail whisk, and looked at the white-eyed wolf. You take him and leave too. As for how to deal with him, it's up to you. But you have to hide first like last time. Wait for me to attack and restrain the sovereign divine weapon of the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun. Then, you come out and catch them off guard. Remember, at that time, you must kill them in one blow. Don't give them any chance to breathe. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely serious as he reminded the white-eyed wolf. This battle had to be ended quickly, because if it became a protracted battle, there would be many variables. If during the battle, the other princes and princesses received the news and rushed over to support, then they would be the ones to suffer. Understood. The white-eyed wolf grinned and immediately brought the horsetail whisk and the unconscious white-bearded old man with him. He activated the momentary time and disappeared into the sea below like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked at the space-time teleportation channel again. He could already sense a few powerful auras surging over. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, "Hunt, begin." Following that, he disappeared without a trace. The moment Qin Feiyang disappeared, 6 figures rushed out of the space-time teleportation channel one after another. It was the first prince of the dragons and the others. Where is he? However, when they saw that there was no one in the sky above the sea, they were stunned. The first prince of the dragons was furious. He looked at his 4 followers and shouted, "I told you to hurry up, but you insisted on dawdling. Now, you've lost him. Your Highness, please calm down." The 4 followers hurriedly comforted him. Chu Yun scanned the sea and her pupils constricted. This seemed to be White Crane Island. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had planned to hunt down the first prince of the dragons here. She glanced at the first prince of the dragons from the corner of her eye and pretended to be surprised. She exclaimed, "Your Highness, this seems to be White Crane Island." White Crane Island? The first prince of the dragons was stunned. That's right. Back then, Qin Feiyang set up a trap here to deal with the Bloodhall. I was also there, so I have some impression of this place. It must be White Crane Island. Chu Yun nodded. One of the followers suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His gaze trembled slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I heard from the second princess's followers that they seem to have exchanged hostages with the madman and the double-winged golden wolf on White Crane Island." Chapter 3486. Setting up a trap to deal with the Bloodhall. The second princess's soul was also exchanged here. Another follower muttered. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the first prince of the dragons. "Your Highness, could this be a trap set up by Qin Feiyang and the others? You're saying that those 3 people from before were Qin Feiyang and the others in disguise?" The first prince of the dragons was surprised. That's possible. They've been to White Crane Island many times, so this is definitely their base. But why haven't we seen them yet? Most importantly, even if they were from Ocean of Cloud City before, we've already changed our appearances before entering the city. Even if we meet them face to face, they wouldn't know who we are. The 4 followers glanced at the stormy ocean with bewilderment in their eyes. No. The first prince of the dragons suddenly shook his head. What? The 4 of them looked at him in confusion. If Qin Feiyang really saw us in Ocean of Cloud City, then even if we changed our appearances, we wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. Because we've all activated the Eye of Heaven, the first prince of the dragons said in a low voice. Yes, yes, yes. It's the Eye of Heaven. The 4 of them nodded repeatedly as they finally realized this. The Eye of Heaven. Chu Yun looked at the first prince of the dragons with a doubtful expression and asked, "You've activated this battle soul as well?" Of course, she knew about it. Because Elder Hua had already told her about it when he returned. However, she still had to continue acting. "Yes. I've also activated the Eye of Heaven. You might not know this, but no matter if it's Qin Feiyang or I, when we see each other, we'll feel a sense of repulsion and disgust." The first prince of the dragons nodded. There's such a thing. If it's really Qin Feiyang's trap, then we're probably no match for him even if we have 2 sovereign divine weapons. After all, he has the slaughter domain. Your Highness, while Qin Feiyang hasn't shown up yet, quickly send a message to your younger brothers and sisters and ask them to quickly come and help. Chu Yun urged. Yes. Send a message to second sister and the others. If it's really a trap, then let's kill him right here. The Crown Prince of the Dragons sneered and looked at his 4 followers. The 4 followers nodded and took out their divine sound transmission stones. The first Prince of the Dragons scanned the void. Suddenly, he frowned. His divine sense surged out in all directions. Immediately, he caught sight of something in the void in front of him and was shocked. What is it? Chu Yun looked at him in surprise. Prepare for battle. The Crown Prince of the Dragons shouted. Clang. In the next moment, 2 terrifying divine auras surged out like the eruption of a volcano, instantly enveloping the entire area. Following closely, an ancient castle that was hundreds of feet tall and a blood-red long sword that seemed to be condensed from blood shot out from the void. It carried a destructive aura as it pressed down on the 6 of them. Puff. Crack. The 6 of them spurted out blood on the spot. Their faces were deathly pale as they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Furthermore, the divine sound transmission stones in the hands of the 4 followers were also shattered by the sharpness of the blood-colored sword. Shit. This was premeditated. This was a trap. He destroyed our divine sound transmission stones to prevent us from sending a message to the second princess and the others. The 4 followers roared furiously. Bastard. The Crown Prince of the Dragons roared while a monstrous vicious aura erupted from his body. Clang. An expanse of golden light surged into appearance, and then a 1m long spear appeared. Divine might surged as it sealed off the space ahead. Chu Yun's eyes flashed, and she immediately withdrew her crimson-red sword as well. The sharpness of the sword swept out with overwhelming force and finally blocked the castle and the blood-red long sword. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. She was clearly standing by the Crown Prince of the Dragon's side, yet he attacked without any hesitation. What if he accidentally killed her? Hello. Along with a chuckle, Qin Feiyang walked out from midair and grabbed the blood-red long sword. The castle floated above him while emanating vast divine might. It really is you. The Crown Prince of the Dragon's face was extremely gloomy. Yes. I've been hiding in the city for so long just to wait for you to appear. I believe that you're looking forward to my appearance as well. After all, we're both trying to seize each other's eye of heaven. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He said that to help Chu Yun get rid of all suspicion. That's right. I am indeed looking forward to it. The Crown Prince of the Dragons nodded while gnashing his teeth. Since that's the case, then let's begin. You don't have to worry about anything. I've already driven away all the sea beasts in this area. Killing intent flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. He held the blood-red sword in his hand while the castle floated above him. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air, and he looked like a demon king who had descended to the world. Kill him. The Crown Prince of the Dragons roared. The golden spear instantly erupted with dazzling divine light, and the golden dragon pattern on it seemed as if it had come to life. It carried the might to destroy the world as it charged madly towards Qin Feiyang. You want to kill me? You couldn't last time, and you can't do it this time either. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't retreat at all. He slashed with the blood-red sword, and a loud clang resounded as a terrifying wave of air surged madly towards the surroundings. The area was instantly reduced to nothingness. Qin Feiyang took a few steps back and looked at Chu Yun. I have a clear conscience towards your demon palace, but you actually joined forces with the dragons to deal with me. How disappointing. For me. Chu Yun grunted coldly, and the crimson sword recovered. Sword light dyed the sky as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. You'll pay the price for your betrayal. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He waved his hand, and the castle obliterated the sky as it collided with the crimson sword. The collision between the 3 sovereign weapons and the slaughter domain was extremely terrifying. Chu Yun, the Crown Prince of the Dragons, and the other 4 followers all retreated repeatedly. This was because they couldn't participate in the battle now. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was holding the blood-red sword and fighting with the golden spear. Not only the crown prince of the dragons, but even the two followers also revealed looks of envy. Although they were all supreme experts who had grasped the ultimate profoundness, they couldn't resist at all in the face of a sovereign weapon, let alone fight head-on like Qin Feiyang. One of the followers came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at the crown prince of the dragons, saying, "Your Highness, quickly inform the second princess and the others." The crown prince of the dragons quivered and immediately took out the divine voice stone. That's right. As long as the other princes and princesses rushed over, Qin Feiyang's trap would be his own grave. However, just as he was about to send the message, a monstrous divine might suddenly erupted from the sea below. Following that, he saw a black-clothed young man holding a horsetail whisk and charging into the sky at lightning speed. It's him. Oh no. Protect His Highness. Seeing this, the four followers' faces changed drastically and they hurriedly took the crown prince of the dragons away. Hey! The black-clothed young man was naturally the white-eyed wolf. He grinned and the power of the horsetail whisk was vast and mighty like a torrent of beasts, instantly drowning the sky. The bodies of Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragon clan, and the four followers were all bleeding. The cracks were shocking. As for the first prince of the dragon clan, needless to say, the divine voice transmission stone in his hand was shattered on the spot. At this moment, except for Chu Yun, the crown prince of the dragons and the others fell into despair. All the divine voice stones were destroyed, and there was no way to send a message to the second princess of the dragons and the others. The most important thing was, right now, they were too far away from the golden sword and the red sword, and the two sovereign weapons couldn't come to rescue them in time. In the face of a sovereign weapon like the horsetail whisk, there was no way they could survive. In fact, they had thought of the horsetail whisk at first. However, they thought that the horsetail whisk was on Qin Feiyang and was prepared to catch them off guard. However, they never thought that this person would be so cunning. He actually had someone bring the horsetail whisk and hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. As expected, this was a meticulously planned conspiracy. They didn't have any chance to resist at all. What did I tell you just now? I told you not to chase, but you didn't believe me. Now, you're going to lose your life here. The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. The pressure of the horsetail whisk firmly imprisoned the six of them, and they couldn't even self-destruct their bodies. Moreover, the pressure was like a mountain that was madly crushing their bodies. Chu Yun's expression was also extremely painful. She transmitted her voice, "White-eyed wolf, just kill me. Before I left my soul in the demon palace. Is that so? Then I'll be at ease and attack." The white-eyed wolf secretly chuckled. The horsetail whisk's pressure once again soared to another level. Accompanied by screams, the bodies of the six people shattered one after another, leaving behind only their souls. Even Chu Yun was the same. "Stinking woman, how dare you betray us? I'll kill you first." The white-eyed wolf looked at Chu Yun with a fierce glint in his eyes. He took a step forward and slapped towards Chu Yun's soul. Chu Yun's beautiful face turned pale, and her soul was immediately destroyed. Seeing Chu Yun fall, the first prince of the dragons and the others became even more terrified. However, after killing Chu Yun, the white-eyed wolf didn't make any more moves. He scanned the void and asked the horsetail whisk, "Did you find anything like a spatial divine object?" "Yes. They all have spatial divine objects, but they have already shattered along with their bodies." The horsetail whisk replied. "Then did you find anyone else?" The white-eyed wolf asked again. "No." The horsetail whisk said. "Then it seems that the fire dragon is indeed not with them. How lucky." The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. In fact, the one he wanted to kill the most was the fire dragon. Thinking back to all these years, the fire dragon had repeatedly come to find trouble with them and made them extremely embarrassed every time. Just thinking about it made him angry. However, he had to admit that the fire dragon was really lucky to be able to escape every time. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the horsetail whisk and said, "Severely injure their souls and then go help little Qin Zi." "Okay." The horsetail whisk replied. More than half of the souls of the first prince of the dragons and the others were immediately destroyed by the power of the horsetail whisk. Then, They shattered the sky and rushed towards the golden spear like lightning. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you yet. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the broken souls of the 5 people and grinned. He activated the power of laws and formed a palm-sized barrier to imprison the souls of the 5 people. Then, he looked at the battlefield where Qin Feiyang was and shouted, "You asked me to kill you with one blow, and I did it. Now it's time to see your performance. Leave that sovereign divine weapon behind." Chapter 3487. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's roar, Qin Feiyang was finally relieved. He was afraid that an accident would happen and all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf was quite reliable at the critical moment. Boom! The horsetail whisk rushed over aggressively. Go! Seeing this, the golden spear roared and suddenly blasted toward the blood-red long sword. Qin Feiyang was immediately sent flying. Immediately, under Qin Feiyang's astonished gaze, the golden spear flew away without looking back. What's going on? Not only Qin Feiyang, but also the castle, the horsetail whisk, and the red longsword were a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the golden spear try its best to find an opportunity to take away the divine souls of the crown prince and the other dragons? But now, it actually left so decisively. Qin Feiyang, keep up the good work. The red long sword came back to its senses and secretly encouraged Qin Feiyang. Then, it also flew away like lightning. Are we still chasing it? Qin Feiyang looked at the castle and the horsetail whisk. The castle said lightly, "If you can guarantee that you can catch it, then we will accompany you." Guarantee? Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. Who could guarantee this? After all, the other party was a sovereign divine weapon. With his current speed, he was not even qualified to eat dust behind. Forget it. Capturing the first prince of the dragon race and his men is not a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then, he stepped on the spacetime step and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf. The castle and the horsetail whisk followed closely behind. What's going on? Seeing Qin Feiyang fly over so quickly, the white-eyed wolf looked a little surprised. They ran away. They are quite decisive. It was too late to stop them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ran away? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He pointed at the remnant souls imprisoned in the enchantment and frowned, "Aren't we going to save them?" "Looks like you don't want to save him." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Ooh." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Then he said angrily, "You're so useless. The horsetail whisk went to help, but you still let it escape. What do you mean? That's a sovereign weapon, not a heaven-defying one, okay? Why don't you give it a try?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Who in the Sky Cloud realm could guarantee that they could stop a sovereign divine weapon? Besides, he didn't expect the golden spear to flee so decisively. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened. He smiled and said, "Then forget it. I don't have that ability." "Of course you don't have that ability." Suddenly, the voice of the first prince of the dragons sounded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were taken aback. They turned their heads to look at the enchantment. The remnant soul of the first prince of the dragons gradually condensed into the shape of a divine dragon. Although it was a little blurry, it was obvious that there was a trace of anger and resentment in his eyes. And strangely, there seemed to be a hint of ridicule. "We don't, but you do." The white-eyed wolf looked at him disdainfully. The first prince of the dragons glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Who are you? Take a guess." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Not interested." The first prince of the dragons shook his head. The white-eyed wolf shook his body and immediately returned to his original form. "So it's you." The first prince of the dragons suddenly realized. "Yes. It's you, brother wolf. Do you have anything to say now? Feel free to say whatever you want." The white-eyed wolf smiled playfully. The first prince of the dragons took a deep breath and ignored the white-eyed wolf. His gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and said, "You win again this time." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Have you figured out how to fuse with my Eye of Heaven?" the first prince of the dragons asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. "It's too early for you to be happy. Although I've fallen into your hands, it doesn't mean that you've won. It's not that easy to fuse with my eye of heaven. The first prince of the dragon's mocking tone became more and more obvious. Then he said, how about this? It's meaningless to always use a dominator weapon, and it won't show off our strength. Why don't we find a time and place to have a fair duel without relying on any dominator weapons? What? A duel to the death? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf, the castle, and the horsetail whisk were also surprised. This guy must have been scared out of his wits. Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense? He was only a remnant soul now. How could he be qualified to challenge Qin Feiyang to a duel? You must be wondering if I'm crazy right now. I don't know my own situation. A prisoner who's about to be killed dares to challenge you to a duel? Am I right? The first prince of the dragons asked. Isn't that right? If we want to kill you now, we can just move our fingers. What right do you have to challenge little Qin Zi to a duel? The white-eyed wolf sneered. At first, I thought that you were quite powerful. After all, I was tricked by you this time and didn't have a chance to turn things around. But now, it seems that you're just SOSO. The first prince of the dragons laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, what do you think? Do you want to challenge me? We won't use the divine weapon or the killing domain. We'll rely on our own means. Qin Feiyang frowned. What did this person mean? How could he be so calm when he was about to die? Wait. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he looked at the first prince of the dragons in surprise. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and was shocked. Did he really miss something? It seems that you've found out. The first prince of the dragons laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and a monstrous anger surged in his heart. He said in a deep voice, you left your divine soul in the dragon nest. What? The white-eyed wolf's body trembled. His divine soul was left in the dragon nest. Then wouldn't he have worked for nothing? That's right. There's a saying that humans learn from their mistakes. Last time in the Yin Demon Land, I almost died at your hands and learned about your methods and brains. Naturally, I didn't dare to be careless again. So this time, I left my divine soul in the dragon nest in advance. The first prince of the dragons chuckled, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said jokingly, do you still think I'm a prisoner now? Now do you know why the golden dragons left so decisively? Damn it. The white-eyed wolf's hair stood on end. He had worked so hard for half a day, but it really was for nothing. You didn't work for nothing, because I really did fall into your trap, and I really did feel an even greater sense of humiliation and anger. This humiliation and anger is making me lose my mind. As the first prince of the dragons, I've been the sun of everyone's eyes since I was young. But in the end, I lost to you, Qin Feiyang, one after another. Especially since you also opened the eye of heaven like me. This makes me even angrier. Both of us have opened the eye of heaven, so why did I fall into your trap again and again? Is it because you have the power of the violet gold dragon bloodline? I refuse to accept this. The bloodline power of the five-clawed divine dragon is the noblest, purest, and most orthodox bloodline power of the dragons. The eye of heaven, bloodline power, the two of us are destined to be mortal enemies. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. Then let us have a real contest. If I lose, I'll give you the eye of heaven, including my life, with both hands. Do you dare? The first prince of the dragons shouted, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Qin Feiyang stared at the first prince of the dragons, his eyes extremely gloomy. He truly couldn't accept the fact that he had worked for nothing. In order to deal with the first prince of the dragons, he had spent the last 2 days thinking, but he had never imagined that he would end up with nothing. Yes. The first prince of the dragons was right. He had won this contest, but he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. Crack. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said coldly, what's there to be afraid of? The time and place, you choose. If I lose, I will also give you the eye of heaven and my life. Great. I will inform you of the time and place when the time comes. You just have to be prepared. Because when the time comes, I will return the humiliation and anger you brought to me 1,000 times over. The first prince of the dragons laughed, and his soul automatically dissipated in the enchantment. At the same time, the 4 followers were the same. It was obvious that they had left their souls in the dragon's nest. I'm going crazy. The white-eyed wolf looked at the empty enchantment and couldn't help but roar. Qin Feiyang's expression was also ugly. He had calculated everything, but he still missed something. Although the plan was very successful, he still felt uncomfortable. It's fine. Keep up the good work. The castle comforted him and went straight to the Black Tortoise world. Sigh. The horsetail whisk sighed and comforted with a smile. Don't be discouraged. Although you didn't get the Eye of Heaven, you still showed your strength. Otherwise, the first prince of the dragons wouldn't have issued you a challenge. Can you not say nice things? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. No. I'm telling the truth. Why did he issue you a challenge? That's because he saw how powerful you are and couldn't find a way to deal with you, so he had to grit his teeth and have a fair duel with you. To be honest, I feel sorry for him. To think that the first prince of the dragon race would be forced into such a state by a human. The horsetail whisk smiled. Okay, go rest. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay. The horsetail whisk responded and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Not good at all. The white-eyed wolf looked around and said angrily to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ingrate, and then strands of cold lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. He raised his head to look at the horizon and sneered. If you're displeased, then go find someone to vent it on. Find who? The white-eyed wolf paused and then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Find the other princes and princesses while there's still time in the slaughter zone. Moreover, we can't waste so much blood. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes, find them. The white-eyed wolf nodded and waved his paw. A space-time passage appeared in the void and then the man and wolf walked in with murderous intent. Chapter 3488. Eastern Continent. At the entrance of the Yin Demon Land. There were more people lingering at the entrance than before. Brother, I want to ask you something. What is it? Are you in the Yin Demon Land? For the past 1,000 years, I've been training in the Yin Demon Land. I admire you. Since you've been training here for 1,000 years, you must know about Qin Feiyang's situation. Qin Feiyang? Yes, there's a rumor that Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in the Yin Demon Land. Is this true? Oh, it's true. I saw them enter the Yin Demon Land with my own eyes. He really did come to the Yin Devil Land. What happened after he entered the Yin Devil Land? It's a long story. I heard that a mysterious force appeared in the central region. The people and beasts of this force have a blood mark between their eyebrows. Their strength is stronger than ordinary people. It's said that Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Chongyuan fought with this mysterious force in the depths of the central region. As for what happened in the end, no one knows. I didn't expect this rumor to be true. Anyone who has been to the Yin Demon Land knows about this. It's not a secret. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended above the entrance. The people lingering at the entrance looked up. Their eyes trembled. They saw a man and a wolf standing in the air. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. Especially the man. He was holding a blood-red sword. His entire body seemed to be bathed in blood. Isn't that Qin Feiyang and Golden-Winged Wolf King? Is that the legendary slaughter domain? So terrifying. It's on par with the sovereign weapon. However, why did he activate the slaughter domain and come to the land of Yin Devils? Everyone was shocked. This was the first time for many people to see the slaughter domain, and they were filled with shock. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, they lowered their heads and scanned the mountains and rivers below. At the same time, they activated their divine senses and sent them in all directions. Brother Qin, may I ask, who are you looking for? If it is, tell us. Maybe we've seen it before, because us brothers have always been in the Yin Devil Land. A middle-aged man in black raised his head and asked Qin Feiyang. Behind him stood 5 middle-aged men. This was a small team. Teams like this not only existed in the Yin Devil Lands, but also in the various Forbidden Lands. After all, with your strength alone, it was not easy to survive in the various great forbidden areas. Thus, many people would choose to form teams with others so that they could look after each other. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to implicate innocent people. Qin Feiyang smiled and withdrew his divine sense. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "To the land of buried gods. Because no one from the dragon clan could be found here." The white-eyed wolf nodded and also withdrew his divine sense. He activated the law of space and a transmission channel appeared. Immediately, one man and one wolf entered the transmission channel without looking back. What's the situation? They actually want to go to the land of buried gods. Why don't we go and take a look? Let's go. They must be looking for someone important. Everyone was discussing. The land of buried gods was located between the eastern and northern continents. The degree of danger was no less than the Yin Devil Lands. Every day, countless people or beasts died in the land of buried gods. At the entrance, it was still a series of steep mountains. At the entrance, there were many people recuperating. Some of them even had serious injuries. Boom. Suddenly, the two powerful auras descended. The people below were shocked and looked up. It's them. At a glance, they recognized Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the slaughter domain and the blood-red sword, whether it was a human or a beast, their eyes were filled with awe. Not a single word. One man and one wolf released their divine sense at the same time, rolling in all directions. In an instant, it covered tens of millions of miles, but they still couldn't find any trace of the prince and princess of the dragons. What's the situation? Aren't they blocking the entrances of these forbidden areas? Could it be that they gave up the blockade after we attacked the prince of the Blood Dragon clan in the land of Heavy Domain? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang was silent. Suddenly, his face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that we won't continue." Why? The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "The first prince of the dragons is not dead, so the other princes and princesses should have received the news." You mean, they have all withdrawn now? The white-eyed wolf asked. I don't think they just withdrew. Now, they should all stay together, and they might even be looking for us. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he lowered his head and whispered a few words in the white-eyed wolf's ear. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and opened the space-time transmission channel. I don't believe that we can't even find one entrance to the land of Heavy Domain in the southern continent. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, and stepped into the transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf without looking back. They left just like that. They still want to go to the entrance of the land of Heavy Domain in the southern continent. What's the situation? Everyone looked at each other. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended, led by a few young men and women, and their eyes emitted a piercing cold light. Behind them, there were two followers, and their aura was unfathomable. That's right. They were the other princes and princesses of the dragons. At first, when they received the news from the first prince, they immediately gathered and went to White Crane Island, ready to catch Qin Feiyang off guard. However, when they rushed to White Crane Island, it was already empty. Then they thought that Qin Feiyang might come to hunt them down. After all, the prince of the Blood Dragon clan was attacked by Qin Feiyang last time, so they used the Demon Palace's network to investigate Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Soon, they found out that Qin Feiyang had appeared at the entrance of the Yin Demon Land. By the time they arrived, Qin Feiyang had already left. When they inquired, they found out that Qin Feiyang had come to this place again. Thereupon, without stopping to rest, they hurried over. But in the end, they didn't see Qin Feiyang here. Where is Qin Feiyang? A woman in green looked at the people below and asked murderously, "What's going on?" Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the golden-winged wolf king were looking for them, and at the same time, there was a group of people looking for them. "Speak," the woman in green shouted, and a terrifying pressure surged toward the people below. They went to the entrance of the heavy region of the southern continent. Someone hurriedly shouted. They went to the southern continent again? It seems that it's as we expected. They are preparing to hunt us down. Fortunately, we were notified in time. Otherwise, we would have been defeated by them one by one. This person is really difficult to deal with. However, since we already know where they went, it's time for us to hunt them down. What's so great about the slaughter region? What's so great about having two sovereign divine weapons? The princes and princesses snorted coldly and activated the spacetime teleportation divine artifact and walked in. Originally, they were all fighting for themselves. Because in their initial opinion, with their strength and means, it was more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang. But now, after several confrontations, they finally realized that they had greatly underestimated this person's ability. Especially this time. The first prince came with 4 followers full of confidence, but in the end, he died before he could achieve anything. When they received the news, they were also very shocked. How could there be such a terrifying person? Therefore, they had no choice but to join forces. However, it was worth mentioning that the second princess, the third prince, and the prince of the blood dragons were nowhere to be seen. The southern continent. A desolate mountain stood at the border of the continent. At the end of the mountain, there was an endless black desert, which was the heavy region. After passing through here, one would reach the exit of the heavy region of the western continent. However, at the entrance of the heavy region of the southern continent, there was not a single creature at this time. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, a door flashing with divine light opened. The woman in green and the others rushed out aggressively, but when they saw the empty entrance, their expressions suddenly froze. What's going on? Didn't they say that they came to the southern continent? Where is he now? Something's not right. Not only did we not see Qin Feiyang and the golden-winged wolf king, but we also didn't see any other humans or beasts. Previously, I was responsible for blocking the entrance here. Before I left, there were still many humans cultivating here. A young muscular man with his upper body exposed glanced at the entrance in surprise. Hearing the muscular man's words, the woman in green and the other's pupils shrank slightly. Something must have happened since it was so abnormal. She immediately prepared to release her divine sense. Clang. But at this moment, accompanied by a deafening sword cry, a blood-red sword chi flooded the sky like a raging wave and instantly shrouded a group of people. Screams suddenly sounded. Whether it was the princes, princesses, or the group of followers, their bodies were shattered by the terrifying sword chi on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Boom. Clang. However, just as the group of people's divine souls were about to be annihilated, the aura of the sovereign divine weapons emerged and instantly disintegrated the blood-red sword chi. There they are. One of the followers pointed at the mountain peak not far away and roared angrily. The others followed his finger and immediately saw a spacetime portal on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were standing in front of the portal. If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapons, you would have been dead by now. You want to hunt us down with such little ability? Go back, wash up, and sleep early. The white-eyed wolf sneered and followed Qin Feiyang into the spacetime portal without looking back. Bastard! The group of princesses and princes were furious. The group of followers looked at the rapidly dissipating spacetime portal and fell silent. Chapter 3489. The princes and princesses were angry and unwilling, but the group of followers were more afraid and in awe. They were once again schemed against by Qin Feiyang and were almost wiped out. No. In fact, it was no different from being wiped out. Because their physical bodies were all destroyed. As the white-eyed wolf said, if it weren't for their sovereign divine weapons, they would have been destroyed. The most terrifying thing was the brains and schemes of Qin Feiyang and the others. Because it was obvious. Qin Feiyang and the others had already thought of it. They had joined forces. And they also guessed that they were looking for them. Therefore, Qin Feiyang and the others beat them at their own game and deliberately exposed their whereabouts, luring them here and giving them a fatal blow. It could be said that every step was within the calculations of Qin Feiyang and the others. They had been led by the nose. Your Highness, let's go back to the dragon's nest. One of the followers looked at the divine soul of the woman in green and sighed. Back to the dragon's nest. The woman in green raised her eyebrows. Yes. Back to the dragon's nest. The follower nodded. The other followers were also silent. They also agreed to go back to the dragon's nest. Because in these few battles, the dragons had never been able to gain the upper hand. They were all suppressed by Qin Feiyang and the others. The first prince, the second princess, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the princes and princesses standing in front of them had successively fallen in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. Now, only the little princess was left safe and sound. In short, they had already lost confidence in their own princesses and princes. It was impossible for them to fight against Qin Feiyang and the others. The gap was too big. I'm not going back. It's embarrassing to go back now. I can't take this lying down. The princesses and princes snorted coldly. Seeing this, the group of followers sighed. Couldn't they see the reality clearly? Qin Feiyang and the others, whether in terms of brains or means, were better than them. Did they have to wait until they died in the hands of the other party before they were willing to give up? The southern continent. Outside the entrance of the Yin Devil Land, in the air above a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood facing the wind. Awesome. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Although he did not manage to kill a group of people, he managed to destroy a group of people's physical bodies. It could be considered as venting his anger. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the Yin Devil Land and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, apart from the dragon race's little princess, the other princes and princesses have all suffered disastrous losses. Next, they should choose to return to the dragon nest. Return to the dragon nest. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, not necessarily. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They are all proud and arrogant people. How can they swallow this insult? I can guarantee that they will continue to stay outside and think of ways to deal with us. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he felt that it made sense. However, this little princess of the dragons, shouldn't we teach her a lesson? I don't believe that she doesn't know that the first prince left his soul in the dragon nest. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Not necessarily. When you met her, you also heard what she said. She and the first prince of the dragons are not on good terms. There are many things about the first prince of the dragons that she doesn't know. Simply put, they are both guarding against each other. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although they each had their own motives, he had to admit that they needed the little princess of the dragons as an ally. Therefore, he did not agree to attack the little princess of the dragons. Then, why don't we stay here for a while? If the dragons really want to return to the dragon nest, this is the only way. We can also give them a fatal blow. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and said, okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He suppressed the aura of the blood-red sword and activated the concealment technique. The man and wolf immediately hid in the void. Time passed little by little. The time of the slaughter domain was finally over. But until now, the group of dragons had not arrived. Obviously, these people did not choose to return to the dragon nest. When the slaughter domain ended, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The blood-red sword dissipated, and the murderous aura also subsided. Then what are we going to do now? The white-eyed wolf turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Now, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing, and said, it's time to go to the other 3 forbidden areas to take a look. By the way, that white-bearded old man, where did you throw him? I threw him in the sky cloud sea. As for whether he's dead or alive now, I don't know. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. After thinking for a while, he frowned. I don't know why, but I always feel that this white-bearded old man doesn't seem to be as simple as he seems on the surface. You're thinking too much. When he was being chased by the first prince of dragons and the others, you didn't see his frightened look, and it didn't seem to be an act at all. The white-eyed wolf disdained. Maybe it's my imagination, Qin Feiyang whispered. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound transmission godstone rang. Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission godstone and took a look. then brought the white-eyed wolf into the black tortoise realm. Then, he activated the sound transmission godstone, and Elder Hua's shadow quickly appeared. Elder Hua chuckled, "Your actions are a bit fast. Not long after you killed the first prince of dragons, you destroyed the bodies of the other princes and princesses. The first prince is not dead." Qin Feiyang shook his head. This old man already knows. I also didn't expect that he would actually leave his divine soul in the dragon nest. Elder Hua sighed. How did you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When you were fighting on White Crane Island, this old man hid in the dark and watched the battle. Don't be discouraged. Although it didn't go as planned this time, the plan was still very successful. Elder Hua smiled slightly, his eyes filled with encouragement. It's not that I'm discouraged, it's just that my heart is filled with anxiety. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You young people are not easily satisfied. If it was this old man who could achieve this step, I would definitely feel a little proud in my heart. Elder Hua shook his head, then said, I'm sending you a message now because I have a piece of news to tell you. Those princesses and princes are currently recuperating in the He clan. He clan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did it sound a little familiar? The white-eyed wolf looked at Elder Hua and asked, Is it the #1 family in the southern continent, the He clan? Yes. Elder Hua nodded. The white-eyed wolf nodded, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you still remember when we came out of the Yin Demon Land, we met someone called Yun Zifeng? Yun Zifeng, Qin Feiyang muttered, then patted his head and nodded, I remember now. At that time, I thought that this person was pretty good. Yun Zifeng was from the Yun clan, which was the #2 family in the southern continent. The old ancestor of the Yun clan was the deputy hall master of the deities Templar. The He clan was the #1 family in the southern continent, and the old ancestor of the deities Templar was also the hall master of the deities Templar. According to Pei Tianhong, there was a deep grudge between the two families. Pei Tianhong even suggested that he should rope in the Yun clan. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and asked, Why did they go to the He clan to recuperate? I think, firstly, they just happened to be in the southern continent. Secondly, they might have noticed the He clan's strength and wanted to rope them in to deal with you. After all, once you have the He clan's support, it's equivalent to having the deities Templar's support. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang frowned, but the He clan doesn't have the final say in the deities Templar. There's still the Yun clan. Elder Hua was slightly stunned, then he smiled, It seems that you already know the deities Templar's situation. Old Pei told me before. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Elder Hua suddenly smiled. He had forgotten that Qin Feiyang still had Pei Tianhong by his side. Pei Tianhong basically knew what he knew, so he immediately said, The deities Templar's power shouldn't be underestimated. You mean, you want me to rope in the He clan? Qin Feiyang asked. In front of the powerful dragons, how could the He clan choose to stand with you? Not everyone in the Sky Cloud domain supports you like the Demonic Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Elder Hua rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, Then, what do you mean? Start with the Yun clan. The He clan will definitely choose to follow the dragons. And the Yun clan, which is opposing the He clan, is an opportunity for you. However, this matter is still up to you to decide. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, Then, who is in charge of the deities Templar's sovereign divine weapon? Everyone knew that the most important thing for a force was the sovereign divine weapon. Having the sovereign divine weapon was equivalent to having great power. The dragons and his group would go to the He clan. On one hand, they valued the deities Templar's power. On the other hand, it was because of the sovereign divine weapon. Therefore, if they really wanted to rope in, they would definitely rope in the side with the sovereign divine weapon. The deities Templar is a little special. Therefore, the sovereign divine weapon is placed in the sacred ground of the deities Templar. And this place, it is said that the two old ancestors of the He clan and the Yun clan have to take out the key at the same time to open it and take out the sovereign divine weapon. Elder Hua explained. Qin Feiyang asked, That means, they don't have direct control over it. No. In layman's terms, this sovereign divine weapon doesn't belong to anyone. It is the shared property of the two families. Elder Hua nodded. Then, this is interesting. If the He clan really cooperates with the dragons, then the He clan will definitely use the dragon's hands to seize the other key from the Yun clan and obtain the right to control the sovereign divine weapon. At that time, the Yun clan will no longer have the qualifications to fight with the He clan. Qin Feiyang laughed. That's right. In these years, the He clan has already shown signs of suppressing the Yun clan. Once the He clan obtains the sovereign divine weapon, the Yun clan will definitely be the first target to be eliminated. I believe that the Yun clan is also very clear about this. But now, the Yun clan still doesn't know that the dragons have entered the He clan. At that time, they won't even have the slightest bit of defense. So at this time, if you think that the Yun clan's power is useful to you, you can try to find them. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. Then, let me think about it. All right, this old man won't interfere in your matters. You can decide for yourself. Elder Hua smiled faintly. Because Qin Feiyang's performance was already quite outstanding, he couldn't do anything about it. It might even be more of a hindrance. Chapter 3490. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked with concern, how's Chu Yun now? She's doing well. She's reconstructing her divine soul and body. Elder Hua smiled. Please apologize to her for me. Qin Feiyang sighed. We're all family. There's nothing to be sorry about. Elder Hua waved his hand. Qin Feiyang felt extremely moved. Even though he was facing a colossus like the Dragon Race, the Demon Royal Halls and the Loose Cultivator Alliance still supported him. There was a saying that went, true love is only revealed in adversity. He couldn't forget this kind of friendship. Oh, right. Did you help the Alliance leader and the others unlock the door of potential? Elder Hua suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to the white-eyed wolf and asked, did you give them any pills? Well, I think so, but I don't think so. The white-eyed wolf was also unsure. There were too many things happening every day and he could not remember them all. I can't remember either. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He pondered for a moment and said, how about this? Regardless of whether they've opened it or not, we'll give them some pills. Even if they don't need them, we can leave them for their descendants. If that's the case, shouldn't you give some to the demonic palace too? Elder Hua chuckled. Of course. Qin Feiyang laughed. Brat, I didn't misjudge you. Elder Hua smiled and said, then you guys can go and do your work. Don't forget to cultivate when you're free. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and patted his head. He looked at Elder Hua and said, by the way, help me investigate the fire dragon's whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll send you a message as soon as I have any news. Elder Hua said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. Then, he entered the ancient castle and took out 100 pills that could unlock the door of potential. The pills that Dan Wangtsai refined were all left in the pill refining room, so if he wanted them, he could just go and get them. Send it to the Devil Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Be careful when you go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Don't let the little princess of the dragons discover you. Qin Feiyang gave the pills to the white-eyed wolf and instructed. It's a piece of cake. The white-eyed wolf bared his fangs. After leaving the Black Tortoise world, he activated the spacetime law and disappeared without a trace. It would be great if I could master the laws of spacetime as well. Frankly speaking. Seeing the white-eyed wolf running around with his spacetime laws activated, he felt a little envious. Immediately after, he landed on the peak of a nearby mountain and lowered his head to ponder. Yun family, He clan, it seemed that the trip to the other 3 forbidden areas would have to be delayed a little longer. Because if he went to the 3 forbidden areas first and waited for the He clan to gain control of the sovereign divine weapon and then eliminate the Yun family in one fell swoop, then it would be too late to do anything. Wait. Is this Yun Zifeng related to Yun Xiang? Qin Feiyang muttered. Their surnames were the same, and their names only differed by one word. It was really hard to believe that they were not related. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission godstone and sent a message to Yuqing. After a while, Yueching's shadow finally appeared. Qin Dage. In front of Qin Feiyang, Yuqing was very obedient and gentle. Are you still in the Western continent? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. En. Yuqing nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, did the dragons come to find you? Yes. Miao Miao and I were brought to them for questioning. However, we have already said that our relationship with you is not as good as everyone thinks. We just want your help to establish Qianyu Tower in the eastern and western continents quickly. In addition, the Demon Hall and the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance helped us to verify, so the dragons had no doubts. Yuqing smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, in the eyes of the dragons, the Demon Hall, the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, and your Qianyu Tower are all ungrateful snob. It doesn't matter what the dragons think, as long as we have a clear conscience in our hearts. Yuqing said. Good attitude. Qin Feiyang nodded approvingly and asked, did Yun Xiang contact you during this period? No. After he left, he did not contact us. We took the initiative to contact him, but we never got in touch. Yuqing sighed, her face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and asked, then did he reveal his identity to you? Identity? Yuqing was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, what identity does he have? When Qin Feiyang heard this, he shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just met someone recently. This person's name is almost the same as Yun Xiang's, so I wanted to ask if he is related to Yun Xiang. The same name as Big Brother Yun? Yuqing was surprised. En. This person is called Yun Zifeng, a member of the Southern Continent's Yun family. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Zifeng. Yuqing pondered for a while and shook her head. I have never heard Big Brother Yun mention this name before. It should be a coincidence. After all, there are so many people in the Sky Cloud realm, and there are even people with the same name, not to mention a difference of one character. That's true. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Okay, take care of yourself. Okay. You take care too. Yuqing smiled sweetly. Qin Feiyang turned off the sound transmission godstone, shook his head, and put it away. Perhaps he was really thinking too much. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the void in front of him and felt two auras rushing over. Could it be people from the dragons? Immediately, he activated the concealment art again and instantly hid in the void. Soon, two figures entered his line of sight. It was a man and a woman, but they were not the princess and prince of the dragons. Both of them looked young, about 20 years old, and their cultivation was not bad, at the Dominator realm. Qin Feiyang didn't care at first, as long as they were not the princess and prince of the dragons, it was fine, but when he retracted his gaze, he suddenly found them a little familiar. He pondered carefully and patted his head. So it was them. They were really fated. When the man and woman passed by the peak of the mountain, they didn't stop at all and flew straight to the Yin Devil Land. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself for a while, and then followed him silently. Not long later, he followed the man and woman into a forest outside the entrance of the Yin Devil Land. Surprisingly, there were 3 other figures in the forest. The leader was also a young man, wearing a purple robe. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had an extraordinary temperament, but there was a trace of gloominess between his brows. Behind him, there were 2 black-robed men, expressionless and incomparably cold. The purple-robed young man's cultivation was at the Dominator realm, while the 2 black-robed men were at the peak Dominator realm. The man and woman landed in the forest and walked in front of the purple-robed young man, with a fawning smile on their faces, and said, Sorry to have made young Master Tian wait. It's fine. The purple-robed young man called young Master Tian waved his hand and then asked, Do you know why I'm here? Please tell us, young Master Tian. The man and woman looked at the purple-robed young man. Young Master Tian smiled. 2 days ago, this young master heard about the grudge between you and Yun Zifeng. This young master thought about it and decided that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so this young master decided to help you solve this problem. Really? The man and woman looked at each other, and a trace of joy climbed up their faces. Of course. Young Master Tian nodded and smiled. Let's not talk about the grudge between me and Yun Zifeng. Even if we're all disciples of the deity's palace, This young master can't just leave you in the lurch. Thank you, young Master Tian. The man and woman were extremely grateful. Young Master Tian said, however, you have to cooperate with me. As long as we can solve this problem, we'll do anything. The man and woman said without hesitation. Okay. Now, send him a message and tell him to come here. As long as you can trick him here, this young master will guarantee that he won't be able to return. Young Master Tian smiled coldly, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, the man and woman lowered their heads and pondered. Interesting. Qin Feiyang had been standing not far away, watching this scene with his own eyes. He didn't expect that someone would dare to set up a trap to kill Yun Zifeng. One had to know that Yun Zifeng was a member of the Yun family. Without a similar background, who would have such guts? Therefore, this so-called young Master Tian's identity was definitely not ordinary. Wait. For him, wasn't this an opportunity to get close to the Yun family? Yun Zifeng was a disciple of the Yun family. As long as he saved Yun Zifeng later, Yun Zifeng would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, through this relationship, it would be easier to get close to the upper echelons of the Yun family. At this time, the young woman gritted her teeth, looked at the young man beside her, and said, I'll send him a message. The young man was stunned and frowned. You didn't erase his contract bridge? No. I left his contract bridge in case I need it in the future. The young woman sneered. The man nodded and said, so it's like that. I thought you really liked him and wanted to leave a way out for yourself. What do you mean? If I really liked him, would I have followed you to the edge of the world for so long? The woman glared at the man angrily. Seeing this, the young man in purple said, stop arguing, hurry up, don't waste my time. Okay. The man and woman hurriedly nodded. The young woman took out the divine sound transmission stone. After a while, the divine sound transmission stone finally reacted, and the shadow of another young man in purple appeared. That's right, he was Yun Zifeng. Liu Mai, you stinking bitch, you dare to send me a message? When Yun Zifeng saw the woman, monstrous anger immediately climbed up his face. Don't be so agitated. Liu Mai snorted and said indifferently, this time, I'm sending you a message to ask you, are you going to give me and Zhongchuan a way out? A way out? Do you think it's possible? Yun Zifeng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Okay. Then come to the Yin Demon Land now. We'll deal with it once and for all. But you're only allowed to come alone, otherwise you can forget about seeing us. After Liu Mai finished speaking, she turned off the divine sound transmission stone. And this Liu Mai and Zhongchuan next to her were the ones who deceived Yun Zifeng. Moreover, at that time, the two of them pretended to be pitiful in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, and almost used their hands to kill Yun Zifeng, Old Black, and the others. Therefore, Qin Feiyang had a deep impression of these two people. Chapter 3491. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhongchuan and Liu Mai before looking at the purple-clothed youth. Young Master Tian, where did this person come from? How dare he plot against Yun Zifeng? One had to know. As a member of the second most powerful family, Yun Zifeng's status and identity were not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had two perfected dominators as his followers. Although they were worlds apart from the followers of the princes and princesses of the dragons, they were still top-notch in the 4 continents. Wait. Since the southern continent had the first and second most powerful families, there should also be a third most powerful family. Could it be that the third most powerful family in the southern continent was this so-called Tian family? Zhongchuan looked at young Master Tian and smiled. He will definitely come and bring people with him. No worries. I know all the people around him. The strongest is a perfected dominator. Young Master Tian waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhongchuan calmed down and smiled. Then enter the spatial divine item first and wait for him to come. Then we'll catch him off guard. Okay. Young Master Tian nodded with a cold smile in his eyes. He waved his hand and disappeared with the 2 black-clothed men. With young Master Tian's help, we can definitely solve this problem. At that time, we won't have to be on the run anymore. We can peacefully return to the temple and live our lives. Zhongchuan held Liu Mai's hand and smiled. Okay. Liu Mai nodded with a smile on her face. As expected of an adulterous couple. Qin Feiyang muttered. In fact, anyone with a brain would know that this was a trap. Because with Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai's strength, if no one helped them, they wouldn't have the guts to ask Yun Zifeng out. He believed that Yun Zifeng would definitely know that there was something strange about this. However, just as Zhong Chuan said, even if Yun Zifeng knew, he would still come. Because Yun Zifeng couldn't stand being deceived and humiliated like this. This was completely treating him like a fool. This wasn't about being impulsive. This was about a man's face and dignity. Time flew by. About a few hundred breaths passed. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound, a stone door suddenly appeared in the sky. A purple-clothed figure quickly walked out from within. It was Yun Zifeng. Space-time teleportation divine artifact. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although spatial divine objects weren't much in the sky cloud realm, and anyone with a bit of strength and status would have one, this space-time teleportation divine tool was extremely rare. Since Yun Zifeng actually possessed a space-time teleportation divine tool, it seemed that his position in the Yun family was not low. In the meantime, Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai also raised their heads to look at Yun Zifeng. When they saw the stone door, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. They had coveted this space-time teleportation divine artifact for a long time. In the past, they had thought of all sorts of ways to trick Yun Zifeng into giving it to them. However, Yun Zifeng had protected it very well. Even if it was just to borrow it, he would not agree. This left them with no way to retreat. However, this was an opportunity. As long as young Master Tian got rid of this person, the space-time transmission artifact would be theirs. We're here, Zhong Chuan said. Yun Zifeng lowered his head and looked at the forest. When he saw the two of them, his eyes were filled with rage. He waved his hand, and the stone gate turned into a ray of light and disappeared into his body. Following closely, he took a step forward and landed in front of the two of them, sweeping his gaze around. Don't look, it's just the two of us. Zhong Chuan sneered and asked, Tell me, what do we have to do for you to give us a way out? When Yun Zifeng heard this, his brows were immediately filled with hostility. He laughed sinisterly and said, When you lied to me back then, didn't you think that there would be a day like this? Zhong Chuan chuckled and said, We didn't think about it, because we thought that you would continue to be so stupid. Yun Zifeng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He had taken advantage of him, yet he still called him stupid. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He glanced at Liu Mai and then at Zhong Chuan. That's right, I'm stupid, but I'm a little better than you, because at least I won't let my woman go and seduce other men. Zhong Chuan's eyes darkened. This is the first time I've seen someone who likes to wear a green hat. Yun Zifeng chuckled, then looked at Liu Mai and shook his head. Actually, it's not your fault. Liu Mai looked at Yun Zifeng suspiciously. What was wrong with him? He even laughed. Why do you say it's not your fault? Because you can't do anything about it. Who told you to find such a useless man? He can only let his woman sacrifice her looks in exchange for resources and wealth. Yun Zifeng laughed loudly. He had thought it through now. What was the use of being angry? It would only make things worse for him. He might as well be more open and humiliate this adulterous couple. You, shut up. Zhong Chuan said word by word, his hands tightly clenched together. Angry out of humiliation? That's true. What can a person like you do with no status or background do? Actually, it's nothing to have no status or background. As long as you have backbone, dignity, and work hard, it's fine. But what about you? You don't even have the basic backbone and dignity of a human being. Are you worthy of being a human? I think you're no different from a dog. No. Comparing you to a dog is an insult to dogs. Because if you give a dog a bite to eat, it will at least wag its tail to thank you. Yun Zifeng sneered as he looked at Zhong Chuan like he was looking at a pitiful dog. You're courting death. Zhong Chuan's hair stood on end as a terrifying aura surged towards Yun Zifeng, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. He was a early-stage ruler. Yun Zifeng was only a half-step ruler. It was very easy for him to kill Yun Zifeng. However, there was no fear on Yun Zifeng's face. Instead, it was filled with mockery. Shua. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared in front of Yun Zifeng. They were 5 big men. 1 late-stage ruler and 4 early-stage rulers. The leader was a burly man whose entire body was black like charcoal. He was Yun Zifeng's personal bodyguard, Old Black. As soon as Old Hay appeared, he slapped out, and Zhong Chuan's aura collapsed. You actually brought people here. Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai stared angrily at Yun Zifeng. Did I say I wouldn't bring people here? Yun Zifeng's face was filled with mockery. He glanced at Old Hay and said, Kill them. No, don't kill them. Leave them alive. I want to strip them naked and hang them on the gate of the temple. Let all the disciples of the temple admire this pair of dogs. Yes. Old Hay nodded. He took a step forward and charged toward the 2. Ha ha, Zhong Chuan laughed and said mockingly, Yun Zifeng, do you really think I'm here to reconcile? Liu Mai's eyes were also filled with mockery. Yun Zifeng frowned. Boom. At this moment, young Master Tian led the 2 black-clothed men to attack. With lightning speed, they directly crippled Old Hay's Qi. What? Old Hay's expression changed. He endured the pain and retreated to Yun Zifeng's side. He roared at the 4 men, Protect the young master. When the 4 heard this, they immediately stood in front of Yun Zifeng and stared at young Master Tian and the other 2, their eyes full of vigilance. Bastard, it's you. Yun Zifeng looked at young Master Tian with a fierce gaze. That's right. Young Master Tian nodded. I've long thought that this matter wouldn't be so simple, but I didn't expect it to be you. Yun Zifeng's face was full of anger. It seemed that the grudge between the 2 was quite deep. There are many things that you didn't expect. Young Master Tian chuckled and glanced at Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai. At this moment, the 2 of them were standing at the side with sneers on their faces. But suddenly, young Master Tian looked at the 2 black-clothed men. The 2 understood and took a step forward at the same time. They destroyed Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai's sea of qi. Young Master Tian, what are you doing? Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai screamed and looked at young Master Tian in shock and anger. Don't you understand? You're just 2 chess pieces. Do you really think that I'm helping you? With trash like you, I feel that it's beneath me to say another word to you. Besides, although Yun Zifeng is my old rival, our 2 families are friends. If you deceived him, would I let you go? Young Master Tian's face was full of disdain. You bastard. Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai's hearts sank when they heard this. Young Master Tian looked at Yun Zifeng and chuckled. Brother, see? You didn't expect this either, right? I helped you get rid of this adulterous couple. Shouldn't you thank me? What are you trying to do? Yun Zifeng frowned. What am I trying to do? Young Master Tian smiled and waved his hand. The 2 black-robed men attacked again, and once again, they crushed the qi seas of the 4 men in front of Yun Zifeng. After all, they were peak dominators. On Yun Zifeng's side, the strongest person was only a peak dominator. How could he stop them? Seeing this scene, Yun Zifeng immediately gritted his teeth and roared, He Tian, you're courting death. He Tian. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. His surname wasn't Tian. He had always thought that this young Master Tian's surname was Tian. It turned out that his surname was He. Since his surname was He, this matter was clear. As expected, this He Tian was definitely a member of the He family. Moreover, his status in the He family was similar to Yun Zifeng's in the Yun family. He Tian looked at the exasperated Yun Zifeng and felt especially delighted. He laughed loudly and said, Even if I'm courting death, I'm still standing here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Yun Zifeng clenched his fists tightly. He Tian, are you trying to start a war between the He family and our Yun family? Old Black was also burning with anxiety. Before coming, he had advised Yun Zifeng that there might be a trap here. However, Yun Zifeng didn't listen and insisted on coming. Now, great. He had fallen into He Tian's trap. If Yun Zifeng really died here, even if He Tian didn't kill him, when he returned to the family head wouldn't let him off. Hearing this, He Tian was stunned. He looked at Old Black and laughed. Your words are a bit funny. Is there a need to deliberately start a war between our He family and your Yun family? It has always been there. Besides, our He family isn't afraid of completely falling out with your Yun family. What do you mean? Old Black looked at He Tian in shock. Chapter 3492. He Tian laughed. It means that your Yun family is about to disappear from the southern continent. How dare you? Even your ancestor wouldn't dare to say such arrogant word. Old He roared. Ha ha, a group of ridiculous people. They don't know that the end of the world has arrived. Soon, there will only be one overlord in the southern continent, and that is my He family. As for why, when you reach hell, maybe someone will tell you. He Tian laughed wildly, looked at the two black-clothed men, and shouted, kill them all. The two black-clothed men nodded and immediately walked towards Yun Zifeng's group of 6. Your Excellency is a bit too complacent. Suddenly, a faint laugh sounded in the void. En. He Tian was slightly stunned, and immediately looked towards the source of the sound, but there was not even a shadow in the place where the sound came from. At the same time, Zhong Chuan, Liu Mai, the two black-clothed men, and Yun Zifeng's group of 6 all turned their heads to look, their faces filled with a trace of surprise. The two black-clothed men had the same doubts as He Tian. Why was there a sound, but there was no trace of a person? But Zhong Chuan, Liu Mai, and Yun Zifeng's surprise was because this voice was a bit familiar. It seems to be, it's him. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in their minds at the same time. They still remembered that when they were fighting in the Yin Demon Land, they suddenly met a group of people who were so strong that they defied the heavens. The owner of this voice was the leader of the group, the white-clothed youth. He was actually here. This was too much of a coincidence. Pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, He Tian let out a roar as his divine sense surged out in all directions. I'm not pretending to be mysterious, nor am I interested. I'm purely enjoying a good show. As the faint voice sounded, a white-clothed youth walked out of the void. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Big brother, help me. Yun Zifeng quivered, and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted in surprise. Brother, help us, we will definitely repay you. Old He and the other 4 also seemed to have seen their savior. However, He Tian and the two black-clothed men revealed a trace of disdain. How strong was he? It turned out that he was just a peak dominator. Yes. After comprehending the 5th profundity of the laws of war, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had reached perfection dominator. He was only a step away from perfection dominator. He Tian looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. Since you've seen it, I'm sorry, but I have to kill you to silence you. Kill me to silence me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He was impressed by this man's courage. How dare he say such words in front of him? Kill. He Tian shouted coldly. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two black-robed men. At the same time, they opened their law powers and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood motionless in front of Yun Zifeng's group of 6. He Tian thought that Qin Feiyang was scared silly, and a trace of mockery crept onto his face. However, just as the two black-clothed men's fists were about to hit him, Qin Feiyang raised both of his hands. His 5 fingers stretched out like an eagle's claw and immediately grabbed the two men's wrists. You're courting death. The two of them sneered. You're the ones courting death. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The law of cause and effect erupted like a volcano, shattering the two men's arms on the spot. The terrifying fluctuation sent the two men flying, spurting blood. What? He Tian's face changed. The two black-clothed men's faces were also pale. It was actually the law of cause and effect. So strong. Yun Zifeng's group of 6 looked at Qin Feiyang's back with admiration. Especially Yun Zifeng. The person in front of him looked similar to him, but he actually had such a strong strength. He even mastered the law of cause and effect. At the same time, Zhong Chuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he whispered, "Let's take the opportunity to escape." Liu Mai nodded. Immediately, the two of them quietly retreated, thinking that no one had noticed them. Little did they know that the person they were facing was Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang was fighting, he would never let go of any details. With a wave of his hand, the law of cause and effect emerged, and a large barrier appeared, instantly trapping the two men in place. "Brother, spare us." The two of them hurriedly begged. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "Do you know who I am? How dare you make use of me? Have we ever made use of you?" The two of them suddenly looked aggrieved. "Last time in the Yin Devil Land, you acted pitiful in front of me, wanting to borrow my hand to kill Yun Zifeng and the others. Isn't that making use of me?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. When the two of them heard this, their expressions froze. Qin Feiyang ignored the two of them and looked at He Tian's group of three, saying, "I heard you say that the Yun family is about to disappear from the southern continent. To have such a big tone, it seems that your He family has chosen to be the dragon's claws." Dragons? He Tian's group of three was stunned. Yun Zifeng's group of six was also suspicious. What were dragons? You still don't know about the dragons? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that the dragons group in the He family did not reveal their identity as divine dragons? "Princess, let's go." The two black-robed men came back to their senses and immediately carried He Tian away. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and used the space-time step, appearing in front of the three of them. The two black-robed men panicked and hurriedly cupped their hands. "We were blind and offended Your Excellency. Please forgive us." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand. 10 golden lotuses appeared. "What? This is the Karma Law's ultimate profundity." The two men trembled, their faces filled with fear. He actually grasped the ultimate profundity. Who exactly was this person? He Tian's face was filled with disbelief. How did Yun Zifeng know such a terrifying existence? "Your Excellency, please show mercy. My He family will definitely repay you in the future." The two men were extremely flustered. Although they were also perfected sovereigns, compared to the ultimate profundity, they were worlds apart. The other party could easily kill them. "The He family's gratitude," Qin Feiyang muttered. "That's right. My He family is the #1 family in the southern continent. You can have anything you want." The two men nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and revealed his white teeth. He smiled and said, "Is the #1 family that amazing?" "Ah." He Tian and the other two were stunned. Yun Zifeng and the other two were stunned. Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. They never expected Qin Feiyang to say such a thing. What was the #1 family? It was the most powerful family in the entire southern continent. Not only did they control half of the temple, but they also controlled half of the southern continent's resources. Such a family was more than amazing. No one could rival them. However, this person actually disdained them. One of the black-robed men sized up Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice to the other black-robed man. "It seems like this person isn't easy to deal with. You take the young master and leave. I'll stay and stop him." "Okay." That person responded in the dark and swept He Tian up before rushing forward. "You still don't know how to give up," Qin Feiyang muttered. The two golden lotuses carried a terrifying aura as they charged toward He Tian and He Tian. "Don't even think about it." Seeing this, the black-clothed man who was blocking Qin Feiyang's way immediately released a destructive aura. "Self-destruct." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and the mockery in his eyes became even thicker. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 8 golden lotuses immediately swarmed over and drowned the black-clothed man. Accompanied by a painful scream, the black-clothed man was annihilated on the spot. At the same time, the other 2 golden lotuses also landed on He Tian and He Tian. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He used the space-time step and arrived in front of He Tian. He grabbed He Tian's shoulder and retreated. However, the black-robed man wasn't so lucky. He died on the spot, his blood splattering across the sky. This is the power of a supreme law. They're both peak sovereigns, but they can't resist at all. This is too terrifying. When Yun Zifeng and the others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. When their gazes landed on Qin Feiyang again, not only was there reverence, there was also a trace of fear. Qin Feiyang scanned the battlefield and smiled faintly. He casually destroyed He Tian's Sea of Qi and landed in front of Yun Zifeng's group of 6. Yun Zifeng's group of 6 looked at each other and bowed. Greetings, young Master Qin. Young Master Qin? Zhong Chuan, Liu Mai, and He Tian were stunned. Qin Feiyang was also surprised. He threw He Tian to the ground and looked at Yun Zifeng. You recognized me? Yun Zifeng nodded. The last time I saw you, I felt that you looked familiar. When I went back and asked around, I found out that you were the famous Qin Feiyang. What? His Qin Feiyang? Zhong Chuan and the other two's eyes trembled as they sized up Qin Feiyang in shock. That's right. His Qin Feiyang, whose name shook the Sky Cloud realm. Now you know why he didn't put your He clan in his eyes. Yun Zifeng sneered as he looked at He Tian, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state. Hearing this, He Tian's eyes were filled with fear. Who in the Sky Cloud realm didn't know the name Qin Feiyang? He was the terrifying existence who had single-handedly destroyed the Blood Hall. Even their He clan's old ancestor paled when he heard the name Qin Feiyang. They didn't expect to meet such a person. Qin Feiyang glanced at He Tian and then at Yun Zifeng. Since you already know my identity, why did you pretend not to know before? Yun Zifeng couldn't help but lower his head with a trace of panic on his face. Old Black hurriedly explained, Young Master Qin, my young master was afraid of offending you, so he didn't say anything. Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he laughed. Yes. Yun Zifeng nodded instinctively, but then his expression changed as he hurriedly shook his head. No. I didn't say you were scary. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, I can see that. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He was a little depressed to be able to scare an adult to such an extent that he couldn't even speak properly. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Yun Zifeng repeatedly apologized. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand as he took out a few Sky Sun Spirit pills and threw them to them. Thank you. Yun Zifeng was slightly taken aback as he hurriedly grabbed the pills and thanked him again. Chapter 3493. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but rub his forehead. Although he had the sovereign divine weapon and the slaughter domain, he didn't seem to have done anything outrageous. Was there a need to be so afraid of him? It was true. Even he himself did not know when his face could scare a living person to this extent. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zifeng and said, Zhong Chuan, Liu Mai, you can do whatever you want with them, but leave He Tian to me. Sure. Yun Zifeng nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to He Tian and asked with a faint smile, Do you want to live? Yes. He Tian nodded without hesitation. His arrogant attitude from before had completely disappeared. Just like Yun Zifeng, he was so scared that he was trembling. Good. You'll answer whatever I ask you. If you hesitate, don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before asking, First question, have any strangers come to your He family recently? Yes. He Tian nodded. Strangers? Yun Zifeng and Old He were stunned. They pricked up their ears to listen. Qin Feiyang asked, Have you seen these people before? No. He Tian shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I think it's these people who gave you the courage to say that the Yun family will disappear from the southern continent. That's right. Although I don't know their identities, I heard from my father that these people are very powerful. Not only can they help us deal with the Yun family, but they can also help us take control of the deity's Templar and the sovereign divine weapon. He Tian didn't dare to hide the truth. What? They really want to make a move on our Yun family? Yun Zifeng and Old He looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of existence could give the He family such confidence? Although the Yun family hadn't developed as well as the He family, it wouldn't be easy to destroy them. Qin Feiyang said, What else? Did they say they want to deal with me? Deal with you? He Tian was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, I didn't say that. Qin Feiyang remained silent for a while before smiling. I don't think you're qualified to know this. Second question, when is your He family going to make a move against the Yun family? According to father, we'll make our move once those big shots have recovered from their injuries. He Tian thought for a moment and said. Then, do you know how they got injured? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He Tian shook his head. You don't know, but I do. I was the one who destroyed their bodies. They are my mortal enemies. Your He clan actually colluded with them. It seems that I am still too benevolent and did not let you feel despair. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. They are your mortal enemies. He Tian looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly said, My He clan didn't know about this at all. Why don't you let me go? I'll tell my father and the others to stay away from those people. How did it become like this? The people who came to look for the He clan were the mortal enemies of this ferocious person. Wouldn't working with these people be making an enemy out of Qin Feiyang? You don't know, but your He clan's old ancestor definitely knows. However, I do need you to go back and help me pass a message to your He clan's old ancestor. Qin Feiyang smiled. Please tell me. He Tian quickly smiled. As long as he could leave this place alive, he would listen to anything. As for whether he would follow Qin Feiyang's instructions when he returned to the clan, it would depend on his mood. Qin Feiyang sized He Tian up and revealed a smile. He Tian also smiled apologetically. However, when he saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Last question. Where are those strangers staying in your He clan? Qin Feiyang asked. The back of the mountain. He Tian replied. Not bad. You are very honest. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Of course, of course. He Tian nodded. His head was hanging on the edge of a blade. How could he not be honest? Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A puppet seal appeared and entered He Tian's head at lightning speed, forcefully controlling him. What did you do to me? He Tian was shocked. Nothing much. I just controlled you. As long as you are obedient, I will consider removing my control over you. Now, you can go back. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. He Tian's face turned pale. He thought he could escape safely, but he didn't expect his life to still be in the other party's hands. Qin Feiyang said, Do you need me to send you back? No, no. He Tian quickly waved his hand and rose to the sky. He didn't even look back. Yun Zifeng was stunned. He turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, You really let him go? Young master, don't talk too much. Old He and the others' faces changed when they heard that. They quickly reprimanded him. Yun Zifeng's eyes trembled when he heard that. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, I don't mean anything. I'm just asking. As long as you are happy. Qin Feiyang was about to answer when he heard Yun Zifeng's words. He was speechless to the extreme. If you say that I am angry now, you can be so afraid. But do I look angry now? What are you afraid of with such a kind face? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He looked at them and said, If you have any questions, just ask. No, no. They quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Do you have to force me to talk to you with a straight face? No, we don't dare. They panicked and quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, speechless. He waved his hand and said, You can go. He originally wanted to talk to these people, but now it seemed that there was no way to talk normally. He might as well go find the Yun clan's old ancestor. Yun Zifeng and the others looked at each other and cupped their hands. Then we won't disturb you. After saying that, they hurriedly ran away. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhong Chuan and Yun Zifeng, speechless. Don't you want the two of them? Yun Zifeng was stunned. He turned to look at Zhong Chuan and Yun Zifeng and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the barrier disappeared. Zhong Chuan and Yun Zifeng immediately turned and ran. Still want to run? A murderous intent flashed in old He's eyes. He rushed over at lightning speed and grabbed the two. Thank you, Qin Dage. This little brother will never forget your life-saving grace. When you are free in the future, you must come to the Yun clan to play. Yun Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang and said these words. Then, he followed old He and the others, as if they were running for their lives, and disappeared into the mountains ahead. Qin Feiyang's face was dark. Life-saving grace. He still had time to play at the Yun clan. With this reaction, he obviously hoped that he would never appear again. Headache. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. It was not a good thing to be too dazzling. Swish. At this time, the white-eyed wolf appeared in the sky and looked down suspiciously. He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "Was there a battle here?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly told him what had happened. Ha ha, after hearing this, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but laugh. "I'm depressed, and you're still laughing?" Qin Feiyang glared at him. "What's there to be depressed about? You should be proud to be able to scare people from the two great families like this." The white-eyed wolf bared his fangs. "I really don't feel proud." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Did you personally hand over the pills to them?" "Of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded, then looked around and asked, "Then, are we going directly to the Yun clan?" "No hurry. I'll meet the ancestor of the He clan first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Generally speaking, when he controlled others, he would use the slave seal, and rarely used the puppet technique. As long as he used the puppet technique, there must be another purpose. Following closely, a man and a wolf also disappeared into the mountains ahead. Above a mountain ridge, Old Hay brought Yun Zifeng and the others as fast as lightning, and even used all of his strength. Yun Zifeng looked behind, patted Old Hay's shoulder, and said, "Old Hay, take a rest." Hearing this, Old Hay finally slowed down, and then brought the others to the top of a giant mountain below. Yun Zifeng let out a long breath, looked at Old Hay and the others, and asked, "Was I very embarrassed just now?" Old Hay and the others were stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, "A little." After all, the other party was their savior, but they looked at him as if he was a devil. Fortunately, the other party had a good temper, or else he would have slapped them to death on the spot. "Don't tell anyone about this. It's too embarrassing. But there's nothing we can do. He's Qin Feiyang after all." Yun Zifeng shook his head and sighed. Just this name alone felt like a majestic mountain, pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. Don't worry. We definitely won't tell anyone." Old Hay nodded, then pondered for a while and said, "But we have to report the He clan's matter to the patriarch." Hearing this, Yun Zifeng and the other four people's faces darkened slightly. At that time, He Tian would definitely not lie. In other words, what they had heard before was true. This matter concerned the life and death of the Yun clan, and it couldn't be taken lightly. Old Hay pointed at Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai and asked, "Young master, how should we deal with them?" Yun Zifeng immediately looked at the two of them, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai's eyes trembled slightly, and their faces were extremely pale. Liu Mai suddenly knelt in front of Yun Zifeng and cried, "Brother Feng, don't kill me. Actually, I like you. I was forced by Zhong Chuan. Believe me, I never thought of lying to you." Zhong Chuan was instantly dumbfounded. Yun Zifeng, Old Hay, and the others were also astonished. This woman was too good at turning hostile, wasn't she? In the blink of an eye, the spearhead was pointed at her man. "Really? Let me go, and I'll serve you well in the future. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Liu Mai's weeping beauty not only didn't arouse Yun Zifeng's sympathy, but he was even more disgusted. He was also extremely vexed. How could he have been so blind to like this woman? How could this kind of trash be worthy of him? Yun Zifeng? Cry slowly. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. Yun Zifeng sneered and looked at Old Hay. "Do as I said before. Strip them all naked and hang them on the gate of the Divine Hall." Hearing this, Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai immediately collapsed on the ground, completely disheartened. This is not appropriate. After all, the gate is the face of the Divine Hall. It's improper to hang them there naked. Even if the patriarch agrees, the ancestor won't. Old Hay said with some difficulty. Yun Zifeng frowned and looked at Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai gloomily. He said in a deep voice, "Then hang them in the central square of Yunhan City." This, Old Hay hesitated and nodded. "Okay, after all, it's our territory." Then, Old Hay grabbed the two of them and quickly left with Yun Zifeng and the other four.